All right. Um, Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting of the State Board of Medical Licensure to order. Before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge our special guest, Miss Lindsay McIntosh, who is our court reporter today. Um, and we also have some special guests from the AG's office, right? Who are Ms. Morris, would you like to identify all of our guests?
Good morning, everyone. We have with us from the AG's office, Miss Pamela Ratliff and Miss Allie Thornton joining us today for observations.
All right. So at this time, we will move forward with our invocation and our pledge. Our invocation will be given by Dr. Renee Dodson. Our pledge will be led by Dr. Loper.
Will you pray with me? Almighty God, we pause to say thank you for all of your blessings, great and small. We thank you for showing us that which is good. And as we embark on our work today, may we be reminded what you require of us to act justly and love mercy and to walk humbly with God. And now let the words of our mouths and the meditations of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, our strength and redeemer. Amen.
Amen.
So for those of you who are big fans of the State Board of Medical Licensure, you may notice that we look a little different today. And so at this time, we will have the swearing in of our newest member, Dr. Roth. So Dr. Roth, on behalf of all of the members of the Board of Medical Licensure, we just want to say welcome. It's nice to have you at the table. At this time, we will have Mike, can you do our roll call? I'm sorry, I should say what a deputy director.
Dr. Owens,
Present.
Dr. Lippincott,
Here.
Dr. Joyner,
Here.
Dr. Kennard,
Here.
Dr. Gersh,
Here.
Dr. Givens,
Present.
Dr. Dotson, Dr. Loper,
Here.
Dr. Roth,
Present.
Mr. Breland, Ms. Games. Just to note the record, Madam President, that Dr. Givens and Dr. Joyner are joining us by Zoom, and you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, we will open the floor for any announcements or public comments. Hearing none, we will move right into our executive director report.
We ready?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, Executive Director's Report. I may get y'all to move the slides for me because it's
You can
not.
point it that way too, sometimes.
Technical difficulty. Okay. Erica, if you can move the slides forward. All right. For the month, September through October, we have issued 117 license for physicians and DOs. We have issued 20 license for the physician's assistants, 1 acupuncturist. Under our compact license, we've issued 224 license. We have issued 15 letters of qualification, and certifications issued were 456. In our investigative unit, we have received 93 complaints. We have closed 24 cases. We have opened 12 cases, and we have a total of 62 cases open and we're working. Cases closed within 7 days is running at 64%. We have had 22 requests for PMP reports. Of those reports that resulted in action, there were 11. With that also, Dr. Cleveland is on his way back from the IMLCC meeting and would like to announce that he has been elected vice chair of the organization. So to represent them and represent what we've got going on here. So if there are no other questions, Madam President, that concludes the Executive Director's report.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I would just like to take a moment of personal privilege just to also say that, you know, while we are so proud of Dr. Cleveland and how he has been representing not just this board, but the state of Mississippi on the national level, I just want to take a moment to also send high praise to the folks here on the ground, our staff, who keep this office going, both in his presence and his absence. Our staff work incredibly hard and oftentimes don't have, whether it's enough resources or, you know, they sometimes are understaffed, but they always seem to make the sweetest of lemonade. And so we really appreciate all of their hard work. We understand that it takes a lot to get us to these meetings and to pull these things off without a hitch. And so I just wanted to take a moment to give a big kudos to every single member of the staff here who together help to make our lives easier as board members and our jobs a lot smoother, but also who are really the wind beneath our wings, working tirelessly to help make sure that they're ensuring the safety of the public. So I just want to say thanks to all the staff as well. So at this point, we can move on to the approval of the minutes of the September Executive Committee meeting. Those should be in your binders behind in tab 6. Does anybody have any corrections or additions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. I can also entertain a second. Okay. All in favor of approving the minutes from the September Executive Committee meeting?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Moving on to tab 7, which is approval of the minutes for the board meeting that was held on September 25th of 2024. All right, it's moved and properly seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. And next, behind tab 8, approval of the minutes for the specialty called board meeting that was held on October 30th of 2024. The day that you should have gone trick-or-treating if you waited until the next day. Your candy grab was much lower. Any additions or corrections? And if there are none, I will entertain a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions or any against? All right. And next, Dr. Kennard, who was our our secretary fill-in today, so graciously decided to fill in for Dr. Joyner, will give the report from the executive committee meeting from this morning.
Thank you. Can never fill those shoes adequately. I'm going to give it my best try. We had 3 appearances before the executive committee this morning, all by Zoom, all generally in regard to the same rules and regulations, and I will summarize each in order here. The first was by a physician assistant and physician, both practicing and living out of state, neither living in the state of Mississippi, for exception to the 2080 rule and the 75-mile rule. The request was denied for that request. The second one was another Zoom appearance by a physician, 2 physicians actually, for the same request for 2080 hour rule and extended mileage rule for the first physician and another physician. Both are psychiatrists practicing in addiction. And both requests for those exceptions were denied. One was 2080 hour and extended mile, and one was just 2080. Yeah.
Correction, Dr. Kennard, those requests were actually approved.
I'm
The
sorry.
requests of the psychiatrists that were submitted were both granted. The waivers were granted.
They were approved. They just needed to be amended to be approved. That's correct.
Right.
Sorry. The third, also Zoom, as mentioned, was 2 physicians practicing in the specialty of infectious disease with a focus on HIV for telemedicine practice of HIV medicine for the 2080 hour rule and extended mileage rule again, and both requests were denied for each physician.
So the initial request was for a PA and DO collaboration for general primary care, which was really more acute care model. The second, and I'm just recapping these because the documentation for the agenda may differ a little bit from what we actually discussed in executive committee. And so I want to make sure that everybody's clear of what our actions were and what was really requested. The second, as Dr. Kennard mentioned, was a request by 2 physicians to provide general and some specialty psychiatric care. And those were for a collaborative model for a physician who actually is based in the state of Mississippi and collaborating with nurse practitioners. And for the backup physician for that physician is the one that had the request for the 2 exemptions, which is 2080 and the mileage exemption, because that individual is actually not in the state of Mississippi, but wanted to be the backup. They were of similar expertise. And that physician wanted to serve as the backup for the Mississippi physician when the Mississippi physician was not here. So that was the second, and those 2 requests were approved. And then the final one was from an organization who had submitted a request for HIV related care to this executive committee in the past, and had resubmitted that request with different licensees, but it had not really changed anything else about their delivery system. And so that request was denied. Clear? All right. So that is a summary of our executive committee meeting that lasted a full 2 hours. It was lots of fun. At this point, I will entertain a motion.
Well, I think I'm most appropriate to approve the motion to accept. And I would also, if we need to make a separate motion to strike everything I said and just use what Michelle said. So
Just was trying
officially,
to provide clarity there, just a little clarification. 'cause
No, but it
the-
was-
It looks a little different.
it was completely accurate and I appreciate it. I'll make a motion to accept the, oh, I don't know if I can. Yeah.
So, and is there a second? So it's been moved and properly seconded to accept the decisions of the executive committee as provided in the report. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. All right. Next, we are going to move on to our standing committees, and the only standing committee on our agenda for today is none other than our beloved Rules and Regs. Dr. Joyner is our chair. Dr. Joyner, do you have a report or any action items from Rules and Regs?
Yes, I do. We have a report concerning our rules and regs concerning acupuncture that we discussed in a meeting or two back. And I got it typed out and I'll read it. The proposed rules updating part 2625 regarding the practice of acupuncture are ready to send to the OLRC, which stands for Occupational Licensing Review Commission, for review and determination. There were no public comments received after their proposal, and no changes have been made to the original filing. So these rules are before you today for adoption to send to the OLRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. This is in tab 10, behind tab 10 in your binder. For those of you who might want to refer to the actual document for reference, as was stated, this is just for adoption so that it can be sent on to the OLRC for their input. And so we are prepared to, or I'm prepared to entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve these changes to send to the OLRC. Second.
So it's been moved and properly seconded that we adopt the changes to the Administrative Code, Part 2625, Chapter 1, that pertains to the practice of acupuncture. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Dr. Joyner, thank you so much. This was, I mean, anything that Rules and Regs does is usually very labor intensive. And so it is not lost on us how much work goes into this and how important it is to make sure that we are accurately reflecting, I guess, what should be the best practices and how people can best be in line with our rules and regs. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank the committee for the hard work they do.
Awesome. So at this time, we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the hearing in the case of Priscilla Resser, who's a PA from Madison, Mississippi.
Good morning, Madam President. This is, we've had a number of motions of continuance in this matter. PA Resser is still within the jurisdiction of the examining committee and is still in compliance at this time. We've been doing this month to month. I've been asking for a continuance, so at this time, I would ask the board to grant a continuance and not require this to be brought back up on the docket until the examining committee reports to the board that it is ready to proceed and has a recommendation. That will just keep us from having to bring this up month after month, because it is taking an extended time for them to do their jobs. I don't mean to imply anything negative about that. It's just taking some time.
Thank you, Paul. So, any additional questions or a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the motion for that we approve the continuance pending the report from the examining committee.
All right,
Second.
it's been moved and properly seconded that we approve the motion for continuance pending the completion of the evaluation and report by the examining committee. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Or any abstentions? Motion passes. Next is the hearing in the case of Harold Lee Pelton from Cleveland, Mississippi.
Yes, ma'am. This is the first motion for continuance. We did not serve Dr. Pelton within our 30-day window. So this matter, oh, excuse me, I'm confusing myself. Do we serve him within the 30 window? I don't believe we need a continuance. Hang on one second. Did we serve him? Well, if a continuance is needed, I'm unsure about whether or not we served him within the 30-day statutory window to bring his hearing forward in November. But I would actually to conditionally grant a continuance. If it turns out that continuance is not necessary, he will be heard in January. I apologize.
Would it be helpful to, I mean, is that information that you could figure out and we can just move this on the agenda and address it at a different time? Is
Yes,
that
ma'am,
possible?
it is. If we could bump this down the agenda
Okay.
and I will ask staff to get me that information.
All right. So moving on to item 13, a matter of Dr. Jeremy Luckett.
Madam, this is a for approval of a consent order. This is a mirror action related to action taken by the state of Kentucky. I have don't have one for everyone, but I have multiple copies of the consent order that Dr. Luckett has signed here. Attached to it is the agreed order he entered into with Kentucky. And after I've distributed these, I'll be happy to go through the basics and answer any questions you might have.
There's, well, also the documentation is also reflected in tab 13. Yeah. Because we have both our Chromebooks and we have one in here. Yeah.
We have numerous copies if anyone would like one. And I'm starting with the Kentucky order, which is the exhibit, the attachment. It's about the 4th page in. Essentially, Dr. Luckett was collaborating with a mental health mid-level provider, and he was an internal medicine doctor. And initially, Kentucky got a complaint. There was a patient who passed away, and a complaint was made to the Kentucky board. The Kentucky board appointed essentially a special master, a physician, to review the records. Did that and found, I believe, 4 of the charts where that Dr. Luckett had not fulfilled his duty under Kentucky law to supervise the practice of the mid-level. Dr. Luckett submitted some additional information, and the master reduced the counts, found that 3 of the 4 cases that he had actually complied with the required standard, but did not change his mind about the 4th case. So Dr. Luckett was brought before the board in Kentucky for not properly supervising this mental health professional, and it was not directly caused by any action of Dr. Luckett, but a patient did ultimately pass away. Kentucky required a great deal of additional monitoring and reporting by Dr. Luckett. Maintaining controlled substances logs, which has very specific requirements. And this is for both Dr. Luckett and for his mid-levels. And you can see them there. Inspection at any time, reimburse the board for costs, have to get at least 2 favorable consultant reviews of his practices. There were some very specific CME requirements, giving him 30 days to complete a prescribing course by PBI, Professional Boundaries, Inc. I know the board's familiar with. Also, he had to successfully complete a program through CPEP. And those are the essential terms from Kentucky. Essentially, you weren't monitoring your mid-levels prescribing appropriately, and that's unacceptable. And so they reached this agreed order with him. The Mississippi agreed order, as you will see, we do not repeat specifically all of the requirements that are in the Kentucky order, but simply state that he shall comply with all provisions set forth in the Kentucky order. We also require that the consent order requires that Dr. Luckett submit documentation showing that he has fulfilled all the requirements of the Kentucky order. The Kentucky board had all the information available to it and therefore was in the best position to judge, the appropriate discipline. The reason that we believe that we needed this mirror action is because if Dr. Luckett is treating or supervising a mid-level who is treating any patients in Mississippi, the public has a right to know because, again, patient safety could be affected. So those are the essential details of the consent order. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the board?
Has he had any activity in the state of Mississippi in the past 6 months?
Not that we're aware of. This is precautionary.
Is there a motion? What would that motion be? Okay. It's been moved and properly seconded that the consent order be approved. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, thank you. Our next item on the agenda, moving on to tab 14, is a hearing in the case of Clifton Story from Madison, Mississippi. Dr. Clifton Story.
Why don't you go ahead and bring him here. Dr. Story's here and he'll be entering momentarily. This is his attorney, Matthew Thompson. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll introduce him when he comes back in so he's facing you. Madam President, but if we could back up to the Pelton agenda item, I can resolve that confusion that I had.
That would be lovely.
Like
You had some documentation in that we have been provided that I thought would was going to
answer
help
the
to clear.
question.
Yeah.
He
to
was
clarify.
served. It is a motion. The continuance is necessary. It's a first motion, and I'd appreciate it if you would grant that. He was served on October 8th. I was mixing him up with another physician who we did not get served within the 30-day window. I apologize for my mistake.
No worries. Just for the record, we are now we're going to suspend our discussion in preparation for item 14 with Dr. Story. We will complete the outstanding agenda item that we had skipped over, which was agenda item 12, which was a motion for continuance in the hearing of Dr. Pelton. So it's been determined that that motion for continuance is necessary. And so at this time, I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the motion for continuance in the case of Dr. Pelton.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we grant the motion for continuance. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed or any abstentions? All right, that motion for continuance is granted. Thanks, Paul. And now we will resume our regularly scheduled programming with agenda item 14.
Dr. Story's in the restroom. He'll be in momentarily.
Okay. Would it be meaningful or would it be possible for us to take maybe a 5-minute break so that if anybody else behind the arc wants to, or anywhere else would like to also go to the restroom, they might be able to do that?
That would be excellent.
All right, let's just take 5 minutes, guys. I'd like a real 5 minutes though, like after 4 and before 6. 5 minutes. All right, thank you. the proceedings, so we'll pick up with item number 14 on the agenda. Paul, can you hit your mic, please?
Excuse me. A couple of housekeeping matters to make things go more quickly later. I'm going to offer a composite exhibit that contains base numbers 1 through 244 and ask that Dr. Story's attorney, Matthew Thompson, agree with a few limitations. First of all, there are patient records from victim 1 in these documents, and those should be accepted under seal. They are redacted. We'll have to discuss some of them. As far as the documents themselves, to ensure, I would ask the board to accept them under seal to make sure that we have properly redacted them. Second, there's a credentialing file for Dr. Story from a facility where he was employed. That includes some National Practitioner Data Bank reports and some other confidential matters, which I believe the board should properly accept under seal. And then there are extensive, well, I already mentioned the patient records of victim 1, and that includes a pharmacy profile. Last, there is an assessment. This is base number of pages 175 through 203. This is an evaluation and assessment of fitness for duty evaluation performed on Dr. Story by Acumen. There will be portions of this, the recommendations, et cetera, which we will discuss in testimony. However, there is also a great deal of extremely sensitive personal information of Dr. Story's contained in that report, which should not be put before the public. And so I'd ask you to accept those documents. With those limitations, I would ask that Mr. Thompson agree to entry of 1 through 244 MSVML base number documents into the record.
Attorney Thompson, good morning. My
Good
name is
morning.
Alexis Morris. I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter. Do you have any objections to the exhibits?
No objections with the provisions that Mr. Barnes suggested.
Understood.
And good morning, I'm Matthew Thompson with Thompson Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Clifton Story this morning. I also have an exhibit.
Would you like to offer that
Okay.
exhibit now?
I would. So I have a certificate. I was going to offer the Acumen assessment, which Dr. Story voluntarily did, but we agreed on that. I also have a certificate of a recent CME on boundaries and ethics that Dr. Story voluntarily completed. And he'll testify about that later today.
No objection.
And I'll offer that to him.
Great. At this time, I would ask that the exhibits be admitted. The board's exhibit, I guess we can mark that as B1 for a composite exhibit, and then R1 for respondent. Would you like to publish the exhibits at this time?
Yes. Thank you. If anybody needs any hard copies of the exhibits, they're on the Surface Pros. You can now access them. I'm just going to refer to them. What did you say our exhibits would be referred to?
B1, and you all would be R1. Thank you.
Forward and find it and again, but I'll refer to the bank's number, so I'm gonna get a specific page.
Oh, they have it.
Hey, yes, please.
Okay, at this time, I would ask also that any witnesses that are slated to testify be sworn in as well. Are they here?
The only witness I'm planning on calling is Dr. Story.
Okay, Dr. Story.
Doctor, we appreciate it. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You just have a seat for just a moment. If it's proper at this time, I'd like to make a short opening statement.
Absolutely. Before that, any other preliminary matters that we need to clear at this time? Okay, you may proceed.
Dr. Story was a physician at Mississippi State University. Worked in student health services. At least at one time, he was director of student health services. He treated a student over a multi-year period, starting in approximately 2014, became much more intensive in his treatment of the patient around 2017. That continued through at least some point in the year 2020 that he was actively treating this patient. During the course of this relationship, Dr. Story developed an intimate, emotional, and ultimately romantic and sexual relationship with this patient. The evidence will show that the patient was an extremely vulnerable young woman in a fragile emotional state with multiple comorbid emotional and mental conditions, that Dr. Story acted as a confidant for this patient, that she provided him, lots of extremely personal information that she told him as her physician. Dr. Story prescribed psychotropic medications for this patient. She was also receiving treatment at various times from Dr. Stephen Pannell and some other physicians. During some of the gaps with Dr. Pannell, who we all know, I believe is a psychiatrist, Dr. Story prescribed the same medications for this patient. And that includes multiple antidepressants, antipsychotics. Those will be shown in the evidence. Bottom line is, in 2020, and the exact date is disputed, Dr. Story and this patient began a sexual relationship, which lasted, as I understand the facts, off and on till some point in 2023. Dr. Story has admitted the conduct. He has admitted that he had an emotional and romantic relationship with this patient. However, Dr. Story asserts that he had terminated the physician-patient relationship before the relationship became sexual. Whether that is true or not, the evidence will show that a physician who engages in an intimate, emotional, and personal relationship with a patient, even if it stops short of a sexual relationship, has still acted unethically. We believe that the evidence will show that this relationship was concurrent with the doctor-patient relationship, and at a minimum, based on the intimate personal information Dr. Story had from this patient as her physician, her innermost confidences that she provided him about her emotional conditions and discussions they had. He acted at times as almost as a therapist, talked to her for an hour at a time, encouraging her to discuss her problems. Anyway, this went on for several years. Dr. Story admits the conduct. The primary question for this board is what level of discipline is appropriate. Relevant to that is the acumen assessment that's contained in your materials, which Dr. Story underwent voluntarily at the suggestion of the executive director. Essentially, acumen states that it appears to acumen that this was an aberration, not an aberration, but an isolated incident. This is the only sexual misconduct Dr. Story has ever committed. They also state that they do not find him to be at particularly high risk for recidivism. And there are a number of statements that illustrate some of this information for the board's attention. Acumen recommends a formal process of rehabilitative treatment for Dr. Story. Creation and successful completion of a professional boundary and ethical conduct and return to work plan, and special accountability monitoring plans to be made by this board during the participation in the treatment program to ensure that he returns and will be safe to practice. Specifically, the Acumen team states, the assessment team is of the opinion that Dr. Story is conditionally fit for practice medicine as long as he undergoes a formal process of treatment, remediation, and monitoring. With a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, the assessment team estimates that Dr. Story is at low risk for continued unethical behavior and further professional sexual misconduct, as long as appropriate psychotherapeutic rehabilitation, professional remediation, and education/reorientation/supervision outlined below are taken. With all that being said, prevention, deterring future misconduct, all of those things, those are part of the reasons for imposing professional discipline. Dr. Story told Acumen several times and has stated in the report that he accepts full responsibility for his ethical violation. Part of accepting full responsibility for that violation is accepting the consequences. And today, we're asking this board to determine the appropriate consequences. We think this, even if it was a single relationship, it was certainly not a single act. There were numerous sexual events between the two. And this patient was harmed emotionally. There's a letter from her counselor she discussed this with after the relationship ended. And so I ask that the board keep all of those things in mind and consider all the evidence in determining what level of discipline is appropriate for Dr. Story.
Okay.
May I proceed? Thank you for the opportunity for the opening statement. I'm Matthew Thompson on behalf of Clifton Story. There's about three themes that I think are significant for this board to pay attention to. Number one is going to be the timeline of events. And we're not making excuses, but we're explaining facts. And so that's what I want the board to determine. What are the facts? And that includes the timeline. Dr. Story first saw victim one in 2013 as she was affiliated with the sports team that he was assisting. In 2015, he began treatment, not as a primary care provider, but regular treatment. In 2020, in May, Dr. Story had experienced a separation in his marriage that had been in shambles for years leading up to that. In late summer or fall of 2020 is when the inappropriate relationship began. And Dr. Story has admitted it was an inappropriate relationship. He regrets it. It was an ethical violation. At the time, he thought it was real. At the time, it was. And there were discussions of a future together. There were discussions of marriage. There were discussions of love for one another, for whatever that is worth. All right. So the timeline is an important theme. The next theme is going to be what this case is not about. There is not an allegation of inappropriate medical care. There is not an allegation that he did procedures that shouldn't have been done. There is not an allegation that there were procedures that were not done that should have been. There is not an allegation of inappropriate prescriptions. There is not an allegation of inappropriate controlled substance use. There is not an allegation of inappropriate substance abuse with regards to Dr. Story, with regards to Dr. Story's medical decisions and the care that was provided. And I think that's an important theme because one of the things this board cares about is protecting the public. And it's protecting the public from doctors that prey on vulnerable patients. And that's one of the primary roles of this. And so, as Mr. Barnes pointed out, low chance of recidivism as determined by the acumen assessment, along with Dr. Story, and I'm going to emphasize that in just a moment. There's no history of issues with Dr. Story. He hasn't been before this board before. Dr. Story has continued to practice. Dr. Story consented to a voluntary investigatory hearing and interview. He came before Dr. Cleveland, Mr. Barnes, and the investigators and sat for a hour-plus long interview that was video recorded in this building several months ago. He was found not to be an imminent threat or danger. Dr. Story has continued his medical practice. Dr. Story has seen hundreds of patients without a single complaint with regards to his conduct, behavior, or the medical care. Dr. Story is a good doctor. Specifically with regards to the acumen report, on behalf of Dr. Story, I filed a response to the summons and affidavit. Every allegation was essentially admitted. There's really only about two differences. It's the timing on when the relationship began, which doesn't mean it's not an ethical violation, by the way. But the timing is important. And the acumen report includes Dr. Story has engaged in misconduct. He accepts full culpability for his ethical violation. We do not find any appreciable indications of a malignant character disorder in his case. There's no evidence that he has ever violated the boundaries in other treatment relationships. The results of his polygraph interview suggest this may very well be an isolated instance of professional sexual misconduct in his career. The historical data that are available suggest that Dr. Story does not have any other history of unethical, of illegal, or predatory conduct. His history rather suggests he has been very pro-social, ethical, and a caring doctor and father. The assessment team is of the opinion Dr. Story is conditionally fit for duty to practice medicine as long as he undergoes a formal process of treatment, remediation, and monitoring. Within a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, the assessment team estimates Dr. Story is a low risk for continued unethical behavior and further professional sexual misconduct, as long as appropriate psychotherapeutic, rehabilitation, professional remediation, and education, reorientation, supervision outlined below are undertaken. So the third thing, there's got to be consequences. Dr. Story is not naive. There are consequences for our actions, and he's going to accept his responsibility, and he's also going to accept his accountability for his role in this. It's your decision to determine what that is. He has continued to practice without incident. He's going to submit, obviously, to whatever this board recommends. He has agreed to submit to what Acumen has recommended. Acumen has recommended an intensive therapeutic program. They actually have one that starts on December the 2nd. It's in Kansas. It's December the 2nd through the 20th. It's a 12-month program where he goes on site between 6 weeks, and it's up to the professionals there exactly what the other obligations are. But he's assuming board approval, he's going to do that. He has voluntarily cooperated with this process. Now, that's after he got a letter that said, hey, we got some issues. So I understand voluntary may not be as powerful as I think it is. He has continued CMEs on ethics and boundaries. Dr. Story is here today because he knows that he messed up and he knows there's an ethical violation, but it wasn't about patient care. And Dr. Story is a good doctor and wants to continue to have the ability to practice medicine in Mississippi.
Thank you.
I call Dr. Story as an adverse witness. Story, yes, sir. If you would come here to the witness stand. Yeah. Yeah. Microphone fairly sensitive. Here's a copy of the exhibits that I was asking.
Also, before we begin, do all of the board members have access to the documentation, the exhibits that were provided? If not, can we take a second to ensure that they all have access to the documentation?
So for those individuals who are looking in your binder, the information is not in the binder. It's actually on the Surface Pro. So this is where you'll need to switch to your tablets. For those of you who need a mouse, there's a mouse that's available as well for your use. They are not bookmarked, so you will need to scroll through them. And you can use either the page down feature or you can use the sidebar.
Where, where would we find them if we're looking in from remote?
So I believe that it should be in the book that was sent for the meeting. So if you
Okay.
look in your meeting materials, and I will double check to make sure that that information is not just the information that's provided in the binder, but that it would include the other hearing documents. If you do not see them or don't have them, then we will make sure that they're sent to you.
Okay.
See, I believe, and Francis and Gerard are making sure that Dr. Joyner gets a link to the documents. It's a very large file, so it can't be emailed, but they're making sure that he's gotten a Dropbox link that allow him to access all the documents.
I'll need a copy also as Givens.
Dr. Givens also needs a link. To both Dr. Joyner and Dr. Givens.
Dr. Joiners and Givens, will you please acknowledge receipt once you receive the link so that we can proceed, please? Thank you.
I will acknowledge upon receipt.
I'd just like to say we appreciate the board's patience. Obviously, we're implementing some technological changes, both video and audio. We're also still working on a system for presenting evidence more easily to the board so that we can project it directly up onto the screens. But we're moving one piece at a time. And there's a lot of cameras in the room now, if you haven't noticed.
Well, for all the difficulties and hiccups that we have, it's just getting so much better every day. It's getting a lot better every day, and kudos to our IT team and everybody behind that, because it's a big difference that's definitely noticeable from years back. So gentlemen, we will be, Doctors Givens and Joyner, we will be waiting to hear from you so that we can continue on.
Okay, I haven't seen it yet, but I'll let you know.
Yeah, I have the email. I've clicked on the link, but it doesn't seem to be active for some reason.
So Dr. Givens, you actually have is it a Dropbox link?
It says Story Clifton Hearing Exhibits. It says here's the link, but I don't see a link that's attached. There is a heading that I clicked that is labeled Story Clifton Hearing Exhibits.
Should we recess?
Link not active.
Should we recess to cure this technical problem?
Yes, please. Can we take a 10-minute recess?
Madam President, I think lunch is here if we want to break for lunch.
We have lunch.
Yeah. Well, okay, so.
Madam President, one other detail about lunch. We do have lunch for Dr. Story and his attorney. And so as we've done in the past, and we'll have a private area for them to eat, if we could let them go through the line first, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I think so because of getting the exhibits to the board members and to make sure they have ample time to have them, then this looks like as good a time as any for us to go ahead and recess for lunch. This is a little bit earlier than we normally would, so for a time to come back. Yeah, how about 12:15? Is 12:15? 12:15 work? 40, I mean, it's a little over 45 minutes, almost an hour. All right, so let's just plan to reconvene at 12:15. Okay. Getting back situated. Doctors Joyner and Givens, are you guys back with us?
Yes,
We're
ma'am.
back.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And you have the documentation, correct?
That is correct.
Perfect.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Dr. Story, for the record, state your full name and your place of employment.
Clifton Wayne Story, work for St. Dominic's, Madison Clinic and
What type of physician are you?
family practice.
I think you're going to need to pull that a little bit closer to you. Okay, how long have you been in that position?
At St. Dominic's since June.
Okay,
June
before that,
11th.
were you employed?
Starkville Medical Clinic in Starkville.
Okay, and was that a private practice?
It was owned by North Mississippi, out of Tupelo.
Okay, how long did you work there?
Worked there for about 2 years, January 22nd until June when I left.
Okay, and again, that was family practice?
Yes,
Okay, before that, where did you work?
I worked at Mississippi State University.
Okay. When did you first become employed at Mississippi State?
I think it was April 2008.
Okay. What position, at the time you left Mississippi State, what was your job title or position?
When I left Mississippi State, it was family physician or staff physician.
Okay. During what time were you a staff physician and what time were you the director?
Well, I was staff physician the entire time, and the director position, I think, began in 2013, probably. And I'm not sure when that ended, probably 21.
So through 2021, approximately.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right, if you would, Dr. Story, if you look at the exhibits there and turn to Bates number 4, and when I refer to that, I'm talking about you can see the numbers in the bottom right-hand corners.
Yeah, where it says MSBML.
Correct. That's what we call Bates numbers. And so I'm looking at page 4. This is the charging affidavit, which was served on you. And we are bound by statute not to disclose the identity of patients. And so we have referred to the woman in question as victim 1 in this affidavit. Based on the affidavit, you're familiar with victim 1, are you not?
Yes, sir.
You know exactly who
Yes.
this refers to. Okay. I'd like to direct your attention next to page 6, paragraph 10, which quotes section 9.1.1 of the Code of Medical Ethics of the American Medical Association, which states in part, romantic or sexual interactions between physicians and patients that occur concurrently with the patient-physician relationship are unethical. A physician must terminate the patient-physician relationship before initiating a romantic or sexual relationship with a patient. Likewise, sexual or romantic relationships between a physician and a former patient may be unduly influenced by the previous patient-physician relationship. Sexual or romantic relationships with former patients are unethical if the physician uses or exploits trust, knowledge, emotions, or influence derived from the previous professional relationship, or if a romantic relationship would otherwise foreseeably harm the individual. I read that correctly, did I not? I'm sorry, did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Now, I know there's some contention about exactly when the sexual component of this relationship started. What is your testimony about when the sexual relationship started?
I remembered it beginning like late summer, early fall.
Are we talking late summer, July, or late
Oh.
summer, September?
I'd say September. I really don't know. Could have been August. Not sure. It's been 4 years.
Are you aware that you had an office visit with victim one on June 5th of 2020?
Only because it's here. I don't remember or haven't seen any other records from
Okay,
those.
well, could you turn, I'm asking you to turn a long way,
That's all right.
but 241,
Okay.
page 241.
Tell me where to go and
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, is that your note? You flip over to the next page.
I don't see is there a place? Yes, it looks like it. That's my name.
Generated by Clifton Story, 6/5/2020, and electronically signed by
Yeah,
you.
it should be me.
And then if you look at page 243, the next page, that note is dated June 8th, 6/8/2020.
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as I've been able to determine from the medical records we received from Mississippi State, that appears to be the last office visit. But you agree that that is, in fact, your note. And you can see on page 244, it was generated by you on June 8th of 2020.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at that point, you had known victim one, at least peripherally since 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looks like she saw a number of practitioners in the student health services, but then you seem to take over a great deal of her treatment role around 2017. Does that sound about right?
That's
And you can look through the records if you
Yeah.
like, that her charts in the back,
I mean,
and the prescription charts,
yeah, I won't dispute any of my medical records.
right?
I just don't recall the exact dates without
Okay.
looking at all of it at the same time or whatever.
Do you agree with me that you and this patient had developed an intimate emotional relationship well before the sexual relationship started?
Yes, I don't know what well before, but we developed a relationship. or
During the course
connection-
of your, I'm sorry, go ahead.
connection or what, I'm not sure what to call it.
During the course of your treatment of her, your active treatment of her as a patient, you treated some of her mental and emotional conditions, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. You weren't the only one. She also saw Dr. Stephen Panel, correct? You have to answer
Oh.
out loud, sir.
Yes.
What were some of those emotional conditions that you treated?
So, I mean, without going back to the record, I mean, a lot of, or those conditions too were again treated by a doctor panel, or she might have seen a counselor or someone else, but I'd say anxiety and the ADHD and just a real, I don't remember whatever other diagnosis put, but her anxiety and stress and just trying to figure out who she was.
Okay.
Yes.
But you would agree that she had several comorbid emotional or mental conditions.
Yes.
Do you recall a time when this patient overdosed on medication?
I do. I don't remember dates, times, or whatever. I do know that she had issues or had taken more than she should have. I don't know what the outcome is. I mean, I
Well-
don't think she was admitted to the hospital or anything like that, but I don't have those records, and I don't.
We
recall
can
that.
get the details out of your records if we need to, but
Yeah.
will you agree with me that you treated her both before that event and afterwards? You continued to treat her?
Yes, I've continued to treat her throughout as shown, I guess, in the medical record there.
Do you believe that this patient trusted you as her physician?
Yes,
She confided in you.
yes,
She told you intimate details about her medical condition and her history.
yes,
And I want to make sure I'm interpreting this reference correctly. There's a reference in one of the text messages that are in the exhibits to sexual abuse. Did she report to you that she had been a victim of sexual abuse at some time in the past?
at some point, it's never really got into a lot of the detail, but something happened when she was younger.
But
I don't
she
really
did
recall the details. Yes,
excuse me. She
Okay.
did disclose to you that she had been a victim of sexual abuse.
yes,
And you discussed that with her as her physician.
yes,
You are not a psychologist or psychiatrist.
correct.
I see in the records, there's a certificate for perhaps like some sort of a suicide prevention course that you took. But other than that, you don't have any special training in psychology or psychiatry or mental disease.
Just in family practice, and it's difficult in the state of Mississippi to get people psychiatric treatment elsewhere. And
Yes, sir.
it's hard to sometimes practice when you can't
Okay.
get some of
And-
that other treatment.
And in fact, you encouraged her to confide in you concerning her medical condition and her emotional condition, didn't you?
Well, to try to help her, yes.
Did you encourage her to confide in you? To open up and tell you
Yes,
facts?
yes,
And she did, didn't she?
yes,
Now, you're aware that romantic or sexual relationships with patients is unethical.
yes.
It appears, and we'll go to the specific point later, but it appears from the acumen discussion that you may not have fully understood the power imbalance between patients and physicians during some of the time that's relevant. When you were seeing this patient, when you were having this relationship with her, did you not understand that physicians are by nature in a position of power over a patient?
We-
Question. Calls for two separate time periods.
Sustained.
Okay. At any time, when you were treating, having a relationship with this patient, did you come to understand the inherent power imbalance between physicians and patients?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm not sure that I can. I'll try to ask a better question.
I have come to understand the power imbalance. I think due to everything at the time, I don't think that I'd considered it at the time.
That was discussed at Acumen when you were undergoing the evaluation, wasn't it?
Yeah. I guess, just tried to be with patients to sort of treat them as equals and not to come across as the arrogant doctor that's better than you. And I guess that's sort of what I've went through with, or describing the acumen, that I've never thought of myself as more powerful than other people. I've always.
Would you agree that this patient was emotionally vulnerable because of her conditions?
I see that now. At the time, I thought she was doing well and improving, and she advanced and gotten her degrees, and I thought she was doing well, but I see that now.
Would you agree that she was, another word to describe her was fragile, that her emotional condition was often fragile during the time you treated her?
In the beginning, yes. At the time that things began, again, I believe she was doing well, and I didn't see her as fragile at the time.
Okay, and despite treating this patient for years, having the patient confide in you intimate details about her life and her conditions, nonetheless, you ultimately engaged in a sexual relationship with her, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How many times did you have sex with her?
I don't know.
Um,
Several,
more than 5,
more than 5,
more than 10?
more than 10.
Can you give me an approximate range of months? Was this like 6 months, over a year? Can you give me us a rough idea of that?
So from the time, well, basically off and on through 2023.
Where did you have sex with her?
Even when I left the clinic, she wanted to maintain this relationship, or which she never came to the new clinic. Well, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, I was
think
gonna
you
say,
finished.
where did you have sex? What locations do you have sex with this patient?
Time period.
Any response, counselor?
Both before and after is relevant, whether or not he was actually having sex with her on June 8th, the last time he saw her. The records show that she got a prescription filled in July, and the nature of this patient's condition and the ethical statement of the AMA about prior relationships indicates that is all relevant to the charges against Dr. Story.
Overruled.
What locations did you have sex with her?
At my place, at her place, the softball field, and there were a couple of times when she'd come to visit me at my office, and we did it there too.
Okay, so your home, her home, softball field, and I saw that mentioned in the acumen documents. And at your office, that's your office at Mississippi State?
Yes,
Is that in the Student Health Services build? I don't know Mississippi State very well. I
yeah,
apologize.
no, that's all right.
Is it a separate building or Student Health
Separate
Services?
to,
Is it a freestanding building?
yeah, it's a free, it's,
And that was the office that you occupied during the time that you treated this patient?
I mean, that was the office that was my office, but I had separate exam rooms.
Right. And understand you had exam rooms, but you also, this was your office where you did
Yeah.
your clerical tasks and things of that nature.
Yes, sir.
Do you have your, perhaps your diplomas, that sort of thing on the walls, or?
I'm trying to recall if I had diplomas on that wall or not.
It's okay. But anyway, it was your office, not a treatment.
Yes, this is my office.
And so when you had sex with her on the campus of Mississippi State, in the student health building, it was in your office and not in a treatment room.
Correct. It was not a treatment room.
But can you understand how having sex with that patient in your office at Student Health Services inherently involves your position or former position, however you like to characterize it, as her physician?
I understand that. Just didn't, at the time, I thought we had ended sort of the patient-doctor relationship. I didn't prescribe, as I know of, and according to the records, I think April 2020 was the last time I prescribed anything, and I was, I think at the time, and with all the COVID stuff going on and other coexisting things, I think by the having not prescribed the medicine and trying to ensure she's getting care somewhere else, that constituted ending the relationship. Not justifying anything. I'm just I just thought that it was, again, not justifying it because it's totally wrong and unethical, and I see that and know that, but I'm trying to give you insight to where trying to just give insight to, I guess, what was in my mind or going on as I can remember.
I see in your credentialing file, which we obtained by subpoena from Mississippi State, that you had training in various things that seem pretty typical of business environments like fire protection, active shooter, that sort of thing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any training or instruction at Mississippi State about having sexual or romantic relationships with students?
I don't remember having that training.
Did you need to be told that having sex with students was unethical?
You shouldn't have to be told that.
And this victim one, this young woman, when you first met her, she was an undergraduate student, just beginning. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't even recall or remember that. That would just been a sort of the initial health.
Do you recall her age, whether she was 17 or 18 at that time? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I don't know how old she was at the time.
Well,
But
is that when he first met her? 2013, or I believe your first note is 2014. I believe your attorney said you met her in 2013. Is that right?
I would have met her on that first office visit when she had her just sports evaluation, and I would have, everybody comes in at the same time, so I don't recall ever seeing her even at that point, because I would have seen 50 other people that same
Right.
time.
Your
So I don't-
first experience with her as a physician was just like a physical for sports type
Yeah,
evaluation.
I mean,
Okay. She ultimately graduated from Mississippi State, got an undergraduate degree, correct?
yes,
Okay. You treated her during that time as an undergraduate.
yes, and I don't know when she graduated, but
Okay. Did she then become a graduate student?
yes,
And did you treat her during that time?
yes. And I'm not sure when she graduated. I guess if she started 2014, she would have graduated in, I was say 2018. I don't know any of these dates for her. And she would have gotten her master's. I suppose that takes a year. So that would have been 2019. And I know she's
Do you know
at
whether
the,
she,
at the time that
go ahead.
this was going on, she was already had a couple degrees and in her PhD, which I don't know if she's finished that now or not. I think she did. She was doing well with all of it.
And I was very clumsy, but the point I was trying to make was she was a student when you first met her, and she was still a graduate student during the time when you had the sexual relationship with her.
I think she was a PhD student at that, if that's graduate. I don't know. I get put the
Okay,
notes, but yes,
excuse me,
but PhD.
PhD. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'll stop talking over you. I apologize.
Trying to cooperate and try to.
Understand. If you'll let me finish my question, I'll try not to step on, talk over you. Turn to page 152. The middle of the page. Do you recognize that as a text that you sent to victim one?
Yes, it looks like it's.
Would you read
Yes,
that
ma'am.
out loud, please?
I like you so much. Being with you feels so good. I like your mind and your body. You're beautiful, and I love how you make love to me.
Okay. And the date on that is December 23rd, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'd like to talk with you. I'd like you to turn to page 153 in the exhibits. And those pages from 153 through 169 are a patient medication profile for victim one. Her name and identifying information is redacted, but do you recognize that as the type of patient profile that will be generated at student health at Mississippi State?
Yes, I've never seen a profile from this because I've never, and even while I was there, I don't ever remember generating a profile, but yes.
Okay. Amitriptyline. What type of drug is that?
It's an old antidepressant, but actually been used for years just to help people sleep.
Is that Elavil? Is that one of the brand names?
I think Elavil is one of the brand names.
And you can see there, it appears that you wrote her 4 scripts for amitriptyline in 2017.
That's correct, 2017.
Okay, look at the last entry on that page. Amphetamine salt combination is what I assume COMB stands for. That's a generic for Adderall, isn't it?
That's correct.
And you prescribed that to her in 2020. It appears that all of the prescriptions in your name, if you turn to the next page, were in 2020. You got April 2020, and then you've got June 2020.
Well, I'm trouble following the dates. Okay.
I'm sorry. If you, the third entry down, and then if you, there's a column called origin date and fill date. And if you scroll down, you see 6/5/20.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 6/5/20. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You need to, you can point to.
Okay. I didn't want to
Well,
approach you with
I
it.
can see it. I was,
Look, I've poured
looking
over
at
this.
I've
I
got it.
understand that this
I've got
can
it.
be confusing and difficult to keep the column straight. But my point is, though, you prescribed her Adderall in 2020.
It looks like I did.
And the third entry down on that page, the origin date is 6/5/20. Fill date is 7/30/20. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after that, and perhaps before at other times, Dr. Richard Panel was treating her. He prescribed Adderall for her also. Correct? If you look down the page.
After that point, from August onward.
And what was Dr. Panel's role in her?
I can't read the. Go ahead.
What was Dr. Panel's role in her medical care?
He was a psychiatrist, and I don't know all of the conversations or any of her discussions with him. But that was in the difficulty of finding psychiatric care. That was also where we're able to get her with.
All right, on page
someone
one,
else.
I'm sorry. I'll let you finish. I apologize.
No, that's all.
Okay, on page 155, you look on the next page, it's about the 4th entry down, aripiprazole. I'm sure I'm butchering that, but is that Abilify?
Yes.
What type of drug is Abilify?
It's it's like an antipsychotic, or it's some people use it for depression. I will say, from what I remember, those were medicines that she had needed refills on in between a previous psychiatric visit, and I don't know who that was, or provider, that she needed refills, and I didn't want to not refill the medicines while we're trying to get her, maybe at the time. I really don't remember. But I will say, although I prescribed some, maybe like the Abilify, that I'd be refilling medicines for her to help as we find other care. But
Well, I understand what you're saying about perhaps when there was a gap when she needed a refill, that you would write her a refill so that she didn't miss her medication. Did I understand that correctly?
yes.
An example of that would be on the next page, 156. I think if you look at these 2 pages, 155 and 156, you can see that Dr. Panel picked up the prescription of Abilify that, on these records at least, was begun by you. And Dr. Panel picked it up and he prescribed it for her on a regular basis through at least 2021.
Yeah.
And there's 1, 2, 3, the 4th item down, there's a script there, 1 script from you in 125/19. Do you see that?
Which page?
Page 156. Fourth entry down,
Yes, there's one for me.
okay? And then there's others on that page, a few others, but those are February, if you scroll down a little bit, you can see your name. Those are in February, April, and May 17.
Yeah. And I would say it looks to me that there could be some missing medical records from, I don't know, but like the Abilify wouldn't have just been something I prescribed as much as refilling, bridging the gap, because even those first Abilify were only, 1 or 2 months before Dr. Panel was able to take over.
Bupropion,
So,
that's Wellbutrin,
yes,
right?
yes,
That's also an antidepressant.
yes,
You see down at the bottom of page 156, there's 2 entries when you prescribed bupropion to victim 1 in the year 2019, correct?
yes,
Buspirone, that's Buspar, correct?
yes,
2019, you prescribed that antidepressant for her, correct?
correct.
If you turn to page 157 or look at the next page, 157, what kind of drug is clonazepam?
It's an anti-anxiety medicine.
And you prescribed that for victim 1?
Yes,
And of course, you and the board can look down. It appears that most of those entries are in 2019. There's one from 2020 for clonazepam. All right, turn the page to 158. Now, I'm going to butcher this, but what is acetyl?
escitalopram.
Yes.
That's an antidepressant.
Do you know one of the brand names for that? So I don't have to try to say that again.
I think that would be Celexa, or it could be Lexapro.
Lexapro. That is Lexapro, an antidepressant. You prescribed that for her in 2019 and 2020, correct?
Yes.
All right. If you look at page 159, what type of drug is fluoxetine?
Fluoxetine is similar to escitalopram. It's an antidepressant.
Is that
Serotonin.
Prozac?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you're at page 159.
Yes, sir.
So there's that one or a couple of prescriptions that were, again, sort of continuations of medicines that she was prescribed by other providers that I was continuing.
Right. Well,
say.
let's see.
The way these dates, they bounce around on here. It goes 17, 18, 19, 17, 17.
Yeah, they're
18.
divided by the name of the medication, not the dates. But if you look,
Yeah.
3 from the bottom, I see 4 from the bottom. I see March 6th, 17. There's an entry for April 4, 17.
Yes.
May 2nd, 17.
Yes.
You have to look back up, and I won't go through everyone, but there are at least through 10/4/18, the one below that says 6/28/19,
Yes.
7/30/19.
Correct.
And if you flip to the next page, again, most of those entries appear to be from 2017. So, but at least through 2019, you prescribed this medication for her on at least a part-time basis.
Yes.
Okay. And after that, and if the board is looking, following on page 160, 161, actually, you see that you prescribed fluoxetine for a very long time.
Well, as I recall, she was doing better. There's see Dr. Laura here that I recall was one of the psychiatrists that she saw that would have, in this whole time, just having her was trying to get the different psychiatrist or someone else to treat her would have.
All right, after page 1.
So anyway.
I'm sorry. Are you finished?
Yes, sir.
On page 163, toward the bottom of the page, there's a couple of entries for lithium carbonate. I don't know exactly, but lithium. What is lithium prescribed for?
People use it for a variety of things. I try not to use it because I'm not you just have to check levels with it and all that, but people use it sometimes for depression, sometimes for seizures, sometimes for other personality or psychiatric disorders.
And in fairness, the entry there, 3 from the bottom, shows that you prescribed a 7-day supply for her on 11/9/2017.
Yes, like I said, a lot of the prescription I gave, I tried to sort of refill, keep her on medicines throughout this process of.
And then the
Not
next
treatment.
day, so I'm sorry.
Go
The
ahead,
next day she went to see Natalie Laura,
Laura, yes.
who also prescribed her lithium. If you look on page
Looks like
one,
I was sort of continuing this medicine, bridging the gap between the two providers.
right, and on page 164, if you look at the dates, there's your name again, and any number of prescriptions for lithium. These appear to be one in 2017, the rest are 2018. But that
Yeah,
wasn't just like a prescription here or there.
No,
right?
that was trying to continue her medicine as she was, I guess, stable. And Dr. Laura, as I recall, only worked at Mississippi State for like a year before she left. And so once again, she was out without someone else that's managing these. And I was getting in the position of trying to not discontinue her medicines while we look for other care.
Did you perform an independent evaluation yourself, a physical exam evaluation of why she needed this medication?
I mean, I would have talked to her in the clinic and I don't remember what my notes say and I don't remember. But when I see a patient or prescribe them, I will talk to them and know why I'm giving their medicine or if it's refilling it even, you know.
But you wouldn't have prescribed it for her if you did not feel in your medical judgment that it was called for.
Yeah, I mean, if I thought it was helpful to her condition, if she says she's improved or stable on it, and I would not have a problem refilling her medicine.
All right. I promise everyone I'm going to get through this quickly. On 20 or more quickly, 166, there's 2 entries for risperidone. That's Risperdal, correct?
Yeah, yes, sir.
One is December 14th of 18. One is January 15th of 19. Risperidone, that is another antipsychotic, correct?
Yes. And I would have refilled that from somebody else because that's not something that I'm normally just would start somebody on. So I wouldn't have seen her and say, hey, let's just give you this.
All right.
I
Well,
would have done it for some.
at the bottom of the page, trazodone, 2 prescriptions. Was that what, to help her sleep? Is that an antidepressant? What did you?
It is an old antidepressant that no one uses for, well, I shouldn't say no one, but in my career, I haven't seen people use it very often for depression and something that providers have used for a long time. That amitriptyline and trazodone are 2 sort of non-controlled substances that people will use commonly, at least in family practice, to help people sleep.
I was going to say, she had sleep disturbances at times during your treatment of her, correct?
Yes.
What is venlafaxine?
But that's an antidepressant, Effexor.
Okay.
You're on page 167.
I'm on page 167. There are prescriptions that were written, appears on 4/21/20, and then refills were filled through 7/30 of 2020. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then after that,
Which
well, in
again,
June, Dr. Panel started prescribing that for her, correct?
yes, I think that's again bridging the gap, trying to move from the one psychiatrist or Dr. Laura, the Dr. Panel, because again, it's difficult.
All right. Turn to page 173. This is a page board that I noticed last night that the patient's name appears in the 2nd line. We didn't get that redacted. And then again in the 4th line. So
Just scratch it out.
Well,
Probably
we will not
reiterate.
produce this until it's, yeah, if it'll keep you from saying it out loud, that would
Well, I
be
don't
great.
think I will.
But if you look at, do you know what Oasis Counseling is?
No. I'm not
All right.
familiar with them.
Well, if you look at the next page, 174 is signed
Or I don't
by
remember.
Jill Gorman, MA, LPCS, that's licensed professional counselor supervisor, perhaps?
I don't know who she is.
Thank you. Do you know Ms. Gorman?
Not that I can recall. I might. There's a lot of people that from working there that I'm in Starkville that I probably should know, or I don't remember their names because there's so many people.
Well, I'm not gonna hold you to
So
that.
thank
I
you.
just, this was, produced to our investigators by the counselor or social worker describing her, work with victim one. And everyone can read this. I'm not going to belabor the point. I go in through every single issue. However, if you look at the last long paragraph on 173, where it's discussing summer, fall of 2018, she reported to the counselor that she had begun graduate school and was having weekly appointments per his request with Dr. Story at the Longest Student Health Center. These appointments would sometimes last over an hour and would involve discussions about not only medical issues, but her personal life, her home life, past trauma from her childhood, her self-worth, and other in-depth personal issues. And it goes on to discuss more about this attempt. And do you recall that?
I do recall seeing her. I will dispute that it was just at my request because she would often reach out many times about her questions. I mean, to come in, she says, "Is it okay if I get an appointment to come in?" So I wouldn't say that I was making her come in every week at my request,
But she did come in.
but she would come in and whatever the record shows is when I saw her. I don't
I mean,
remember the
and what
dates.
would you describe these as? Counseling sessions or therapy or talk therapy? I mean, can you characterize them for the board?
I mean, I think it's just talking and working through the questions she had about life or the things that she's had.
About 5 lines from the bottom of that paragraph, there's, at the end of the line, there's the word doctor. I'm reading from that point. Dr. Story built her support system. That support system included him as her primary medical doctor and pseudo-therapist, his church, a few same-age peers he knew, and gradually he included her in with his family in early 2019. He began to run with her and they did a few triathlons together. So she reported that she considered you a type of therapist. At least that's what her counselor says.
Right. I would disagree with some of her statements there.
Okay. On the next page, the second paragraph. Victim one reported to her counselor sometime between May and June of 2020, the first sexual abuse incident between Dr. Story and the patient occurred at Longest Student Health Center. There were more sexual abuse incidents at the clinic over the course of 2020 until Dr. Story told the victim that she didn't need to come to the health center as frequently.
I don't recall that timeline as she states. We did have sex there. I agree of everything. I just don't recall that as the timeline.
Understand. Move on to the acumen assessment, which starts there on page 175. Have you seen this evaluation?
Page 175, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you first receive it last week?
Friday afternoon, I think.
And again, this is a lengthy evaluation. So I'd like to just point out a few specific points. The evaluation discusses in various places that you felt an emotional connection with the victim. You thought it was real. I assume you thought that you were in love, that there was a romantic relationship between the two of you.
Yes, we both expressed that.
Okay. But you understand that you were the only person in this relationship that had an ethical obligation not to enter the relationship.
Yeah, it's totally my responsibility. I accept that.
Right. All right, page 181. I'm sorry, back up 178. I'm reading from the last sentence in the first paragraph on the page. Beyond this, there is no documentation about a formal termination of the treatment relationship or referral to other providers for her complex. It says multiply. I believe that's supposed to be multiple comorbid psychiatric condition. You agree that there is no documentation of any formal termination of your physician-patient relationship with this woman?
I don't recall if I did one or not. I don't see one in the record. I also will say at the time, thinking that I'm not prescribing medicine and sending her to other providers meant that I was terminating the relationship too.
All right, 2 paragraphs down in the middle of the page, I'm reading toward the end of that paragraph. Sentence that begins, he admits that he was involved in his treatment of her psychiatric diagnoses, but he minimizes this and does not acknowledge how serious her condition was, thus requiring an ongoing multimodal psychiatric and psychotherapeutic management. The patient and therapist complaints document the patient's experience of, quote, sexual abuse, close quotes, and indicate that the patient did not experience the relationship as consensual. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I disagree. Well, which statement? The consensual one? I
Yes,
disagree with that because she sought me out and asked if she could come to my place multiple times, and just about every instance she initiated. And I don't want to say chase, but
And she's not a physician, is she?
she's not a physician. And I want to make it clear, I'm not rationalizing or justifying thing. I'm just disagree with her.
And if the board wants to review in the report some of the details of the first kissing incident, et cetera, those are on page 181. Last sentence of the 3rd paragraph on that page.
Which page?
181. And this says he, and I believe that refers to you, says he reports that he felt ethically that the relationship just shouldn't happen. At what point in time did you feel that ethically the relationship just shouldn't happen?
I'm trying to recall if I was saying what I thought at the time or now. Now for sure, never should have happened. Even then, ethically, it shouldn't have happened. I thought I didn't consider the long term, even if I treated her psychiatrically or as a physician, that even 2 years or 3 years down the road would be unethical. But I know that it was completely unethical. That shouldn't happen.
On page 182, the third paragraph. I'm not, certainly not gonna read this entire paragraph. But in this paragraph, there's a discussion of treating patients as equals, that was your, that you typically treated patients as equals. You didn't put yourself in a position of higher authority. And that you did not realize the authority that you had and the respect and trust that the patient might have had for you. Is that what you reported to Acumen? Is that still?
Yeah, I wouldn't say realize is the best word. Maybe I don't think I fully appreciated that, because one of my pet peeves, I guess, have been physicians that act as if they're better than patients, or I don't want to see this patient or whatever. And so I've tried to just not say I'm just better than you because I'm a doctor.
The bottom of
that's what I
page
meant.
one, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all.
The bottom of page 182. He claims that he was not attracted to her at the beginning, but as he was drawn into her story, there was an emotional connection. By late 2019 and early 2020, he became emotionally attracted to her. He thinks it started with him feeling emotionally connected and wanting to help her. Then that paragraph goes on, but you found her attractive, etc. It says he thinks the first time he touched her, at the end of the paragraph, he thinks the first time he touched her outside the office would have been around September 2020. He had not moved out of his marital home yet, but he was living upstairs at that time. Do you agree with that part of the report from Acumen?
I mean, I would, I don't know this. Yes, I mean, touched her.
Okay.
I mean, I would have touched her before that, shake her hand or something, but anyway.
But not in an emotional or romantic way. Is that fair?
Definitely not in a sexual way.
Okay. If you look at page 186, please, sir. The bottom paragraph. The first sentence, in his treatment of the complainant, they reportedly often talked about her self-doubts and criticism and uncertainty. And that's consistent with what you've testified to already, that she confided in you.
Correct.
About the fourth line down toward the end of that sentence, the sentence begins, he tried to encourage. He tried to encourage her, but he knows that he was not aware of the extent of her emotional problems. He thinks he crossed the boundary from being a family physician to trying to be a psychologist first. The more he tried to help her, the more attracted he became to her emotionally. Right. So is that still your understanding today, that that is how this relationship progressed from a physician, family physician, patient relationship into a romantic and sexual relationship?
It began as a purely physician relationship, and then the more we talked, the more connected or got it attached.
Dr. Story, you underwent a polygraph as part of this evaluation, and the report on pages 198, 199 reports that you passed your polygraph examination, that you had not had sexual contact with any other former patients or any other current patients. Did they tell you that at the time?
When it was finished, yes.
Okay.
Which is true. This has never happened before. Will never happen again. Just
All right.
something I'm just completely remorseful about.
Understand. The bottom of page 199, the summary section of the report. Dr. Story is a middle-aged, now divorced family practice physician who is engaged in a single instance of professional sexual misconduct. A single patient, correct, but it was not a single instance of sexual contact. correct?
Correct.
Going on, Dr. Story's personality is mild-mannered, earnest, self-effacing, considerate, positive, and caring. In this sense, he proceeded with grooming his patient to engage in a sexual relationship motivated in his mind by an intention to care for a vulnerable patient for whom he felt compassion. He felt that he proceeded to fall in love with the patient whom he treated from late adolescence into adulthood. Due to the over-reliance on repression of negative realities and naivete that forms the basis of his orientation to the world, he did not use proper judgment and remain attentive, regardless of his intentions, to the unethical nature of having a sexual relationship with any patient he treated from her late teens, let alone one whose illness was so multiply comorbid and complex. I read that correctly. didn't
Yes,
I?
that's correct.
On the top of page 201, Acumen reports, the patient complainant's characterization of the relationship as sexual abuse is sensible, realistic, and not surprising, except to Dr. Story. His over-reliance on repression, putting a positive spin on his own intentions, does not change the fact that the patient needed something other than to be brought into a situation that focused on Dr. Story's sexual and romantic desires over the needs of the patient. I read that correctly, didn't I?
Yes.
Do you agree with that characterization of yourself?
I see it and I understand it. At the time, I didn't see it as sexual abuse. I saw it as something.
All right, the second paragraph there on the 201, I'm looking at the last sentence of that paragraph. Like any other psychiatric treatment relationship, the doctor-patient relationship and the power and influence pertaining thereto does not ever end. And the doctor should remain focused on the patient's likely potential for needing further care in the future. Going on, Dr. Story has engaged in misconduct. He accepts full culpability for his ethical violation. Do you agree with that portion of the Acumen report?
Yes.
And I outlined the recommendations are in detail on page 203. I outlined them briefly in my opening. And the board can certainly see those. And it's my understanding, just talking to your attorney, that you've already talked, is it CPAP or PBI? CPAP about a possible remediation course. Oh, it's at Acumen. Okay.
Yes, as I understand, Acumen is one of course, you referred back in our meeting in June to Acumen to have this, which I did as quickly as I could and looking to proceed and learn and rehabilitate myself and deal with this. I've looked at what other options. I don't know what the board's options are, but to continue as Acumen suggest, looked into their training that they do that piggybacks, I guess, with what they've done here.
Dr. Story, do you now understand that by engaging in this emotional sexual relationship that you harmed this patient, her emotional and mental condition?
Yes. And it's not just as a result of this going on. This is something that happened really in 2020 through a lot of other circumstances. I don't rationalize it. Recognize a lot of these things. I didn't at the time know how I got myself in that position, but definitely not who I ever was or whoever want to be. And just
But again,
devastating to me.
you treated her for years from late adolescence. You treated her psychiatric conditions. You prescribed medications for her. You treated other conditions as well as psychiatric conditions. She confided in you and yet you still engaged in this emotional and sexual relationship with her.
Yes, we did.
I've been to the witness.
Counsel, would you like to question him now? Or would you like to say that for your case in chief? It's entirely up to you.
I
Or
think
couldn't
we
it-
can do it now, but maybe take a 5-minute restroom break.
Jim, absolutely, that's fine.
Thank you.
This time we're back on the record.
No, it's not a short judgment. It's just these things are kind of directional, so it does help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. May begin crossing ready.
Thank you. Dr. Story, I want to talk about the timeline, first of all. Do you recall when you first saw her?
I don't recall seeing her in 2013, but
Oh, the records indicate it was on or about 2013 in a sports related capacity. Is that consistent with your memory?
yes, although I don't remember seeing her, but yes,
Okay, because you saw a
bunch of people.
bunch of people on that occasion. Nothing notable about that occasion,
No, I
correct?
don't remember it.
All right, and then the records would reveal that you began treating her on a more regular basis in 2015. Is that accurate?
Correct.
All right, and then when did the intimate relationship, physical intimate relationship begin, as best you recall?
Like I say, the rest, what I recall is late summer, early fall.
All right, and you were asked about this by Mr. Barnes. Late summer, you said around September-ish of 2020. Is that
That's what I remember, but again, it's 2020.
okay? Right. You were having issues within your marriage. Do you recall when those began?
Really probably had issues throughout the marriage, but the more difficult ones would have began and well, again, there were several times throughout the marriage, but regarding the separation and leading up to that, it'd be in 2020.
All right. When were you married?
We were married in 1990.
All right. And when were you separated?
We separated that late, like early summer, that 2020.
All right. Okay. All right. And you have some medical records that have been produced, prescription records rather. When was the last time that you recall that you actually prescribed something for her?
I don't recall from my own when I prescribed it. All I knows what the records.
What do the records reflect?
There's
Today we
there-
saw some that said June
That's-
of 20.
that's the last ones that I would have prescribed or what's indicated.
All right. So June of 20, and then it said
Yeah.
filled in July of 20, correct?
Yeah.
And you
so
have no control over when it's filled,
that's
correct?
correct.
And so can you say with certainty that the physical intimate relationship began after you stopped seeing and treating her?
I believe, yes, that all began after I stopped prescribing and tried to get her with other people.
All right. And then when did that relationship end?
2023.
Right. And you're also now divorced, correct?
Correct.
And when was that final?
This year, April 2024.
All right. And as best you recall, are these dates correct?
This is how I remember it. Again, it's from 2020. So,
All right. Would you just briefly describe for the board your medical training and your practice?
well, I always wanted to be a doctor, and I went to medical school at Jackson here, University of Mississippi Medical Center. Did my residency here and started in private practice in Madison. And it's just what I've always wanted to do is to take care of people.
All right.
Be a
And
doctor.
what has been your primary practice area?
Primary practice is family practice. And I've done that throughout my career.
All right. And so what does that mean that you're primarily seeing and treating?
Means we're pretty much seeing anything that comes through the door. The family practice is the gatekeeper a lot of times for just about anything and everything, whether it's colds, whether it's an abdominal pain or problem, or if it's mental health, if it's really whatever comes through the door, we're tasked with
Right.
dealing with and moving further.
And as an ordinary piece of your practice, do patients confide what's going on at home to you?
Uh, they do. Not every patient, obviously, but definitely people confide in me.
All right, so would it be unusual for a patient to confide what's going on in their personal lives to you?
No,
And I mean, do you stop them from doing that as a
No.
treating physician?
I'll let them speak what's on their mind and giving them time to say what they need to say.
And is sometimes it relevant and helpful?
Sometimes it's relevant, sometimes it's helpful, sometimes it's they need to say it, have someone hear it.
And also, can it help build rapport and build trust?
It does help.
All right, so Dr. Story, I want to move to 2020. So I want to get into like mid 2020. I want to know what's going on in your life, and I want to know, how does this relationship go from a doctor-patient relationship to something else?
2020 was a pretty difficult year and still hard to remember a lot of things. As you know, COVID was going on. Worked at Mississippi State, so at the time I was director of the clinic, and I was responsible for all the COVID response and all the COVID care on campus.
At the time, how many students approximately?
I'd say 22,000, and then all the employees. And frankly, in Starkville, a lot of the physicians weren't even aware of COVID, so really expanding outside of that into the community to help deal with COVID. And not only was it the students in the care, but also trying to work with the SEC to get all the athletics in action. And so just a huge amount of work with that one generated a lot of time. Spend me up till 9 or 10 o'clock every night, contact tracing, working with people. We limited the clinic only to me and one other doctor to manage all the COVID care on clinic. So that was one of the things that really began.
Fair to say, probably the most hectic professional time of your career?
Yeah, I mean, people were saying the world was going to end, and I was preparing to, how do I have a pseudo hospital in the clinic in case, people were dying in the town, and every time you turn on the news, people were dying. So I just felt this big responsibility for figuring out how do I manage that and keep all the students healthy and the community healthy, and what are we going to do?
Right.
It was hectic, and it's part of the reason it's hard to recall a lot of things.
And as best you can recall, what time frame are we talking about when you're in the throes of this? We know COVID started March, spring break of 20.
Started for me in January.
Okay.
Because I started beginning to be aware of COVID. And I really started the first meetings about COVID, being the director. So on campus, what are we going to do? Spring break's coming up. How are we going to handle all the students? So for me, it started probably end of January.
All right. And when did it relax? Has it?
I mean, 2020 was terrible. And even into, let's see, that would have been the spring of 20 when it started. In the fall, we were still full into it. Probably not till the end of the spring 21, when things started settling down for the country and the community and the campus. And
all right. So I want to take a step back to 2020. So that's what's going on professionally. What's going on at home in the personal life?
at the same time, they become more and more aware of some issues with my wife and the kids, and some emotional abuse that's continued on throughout really the marriage.
What do you mean by that?
The treatment of the kids and me, and a lot of the way she interacted and dealt with the children and me, that just difficult to deal with. Someone that you couldn't really talk with, someone that wouldn't take any sort of accountability or responsibility or listen to what anyone had to say. It's always someone else's fault. You're always taking the kids' position. Maybe the kids had their own emotional abusive things that they felt, and it just, the further I got, the more I felt, I think, as a failure as a father to them.
All right. So fair to say that at the work front, you're dealing with unprecedented circumstances, and the buck stops with you.
That's right.
And at home, we got chaos
Yes.
and there's nothing you can do about it.
No.
All right, what else is going on at this point in life, if anything of significance?
Well, one of the biggest things, not one of the, because they were all big, and I didn't realize, well, I just was overwhelmed, but my mom died very unexpectedly and tragically under some suspicious circumstances with my dad at the house. And she had lived her life of this emotional abusive relationship, and that seeing her die and left to be there for 14 hours before anybody's called took a big toll. And then realizing that also I shouldn't have to live like she lived.
How did you
So-
discover that your mother had passed?
I was called by the coroner. I went to the house where my dad was just sitting in the living room, and she was in the bathroom, just still laying on the ground with her arm up in the air.
When was it?
This was April 2nd, 2020.
So a lot of stuff going on in Dr. Story's life, professionally and personally, correct?
Yeah.
Stuff that maybe medical school training, it doesn't prepare you for?
Well, I wasn't prepared for any of it.
All right, Mr. Barnes had asked you some specific questions that I want to ask you about, not trying to belabor anything. He went through the list of medicines that are reflected in the records that are in B1. Of the medicines that you prescribed, which of those were inappropriate treatment for the patient?
I don't think any of them were ever inappropriate. Several were refills from other providers to keep her concurrently, but I never ever believed or thought that I was giving her medicine that would harm her or not treat her appropriately or help her with her.
True, isn't it, that most of those medicines were either previously prescribed, or just answer that question. Most of them were
Yes.
previously prescribed for her by a different physician. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And, or it was a continuation or the stopgap that you had testified about because of change in primary treating physicians for her. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Just because I remember, having treated her through this time and knowing that, she sees one psychiatric care and counseling at Mississippi State was a difficult thing. And I easily remember that just because it was a constant struggle the whole time to fund enough counselors, to fund psychiatrists. We had a psychiatrist, Dr. Laura, that we referred to that I remember that lasted a year. Then I was instrumental in bringing an actual psychiatry group to Starkville, Right Track Medical Group, where Dr. Panel was from, and then having somebody that could do that psychiatric care in the clinic that I think is still there now, but I'm not sure, at least had been till recently.
All right, of the medical care, the treatment that you gave, administered, recommended to the patient during the period that predates before the physical intimate relationship, of that care, what deviated from the standard of care?
I don't believe any did. I think that she's always received care for her problems. It's medicines that are used frequently in not only family practice, but psychiatry as well, but in family practice. And to this day, I'd say a lot of family practice prescribers use those, even some of which I don't like to use much, like Abilify, but I know a lot of family practitioners prescribe Abilify on a regular basis. So that although they may be classified like an antipsychotic, a lot of people may use that for more general routine care.
All right.
Not routine, but
You knew her in 2020 better than most anyone else.
Yes.
Did you intentionally use her unique issues to take advantage of her?
Absolutely not. Never tried to take it, just advantage her to take advantage of her.
Did you intentionally groom her to have an inappropriate, physically intimate relationship?
No, I was not trying to groom her.
How did you end the doctor-patient relationship?
Uh, by not prescribing any medicines anymore and trying to get her in with these other providers and say, I'm just can't be your doctor anymore.
Was that something that you and she discussed?
Something we talked about, yes.
I mean, was it clear that the doctor-patient relationship, at least in your mind, that was ending?
It was definitely clear in my mind. It was clear in hers too, I think, at least how she expressed it to me too. And then moving forward, we, it continued to, we've shown, move forward in the relationship.
What steps did you take in furtherance of ending the professional relationship to make sure that she had appropriate care going forward?
Like I said, Dr. Panel would see her. She had other counseling that she would go to. She had I believe she had, because she had problems with the eating disorder. So I believe she had like a nutritionist or somebody that helped her with her eating plans.
Right.
So
Did
made sure
you-
that there was nothing that I would have to continue
Right.
treating.
Once the professional relationship, doctor-patient relationship ended, did you treat her as a patient?
I've never treated her again. I left Mississippi State and she never went to my new office
Right.
as a patient or called, or never just called something in like so many do on the side. Hey, can you call me in this? Just never.
In your direct examination, you acknowledged that there was intimate contact at the office. Was that during the doctor-patient relationship?
That, and as I remember, is when we stopped it.
I want
she
you to
come by
answer
and
that
visit.
clearly.
Say that again.
The intimate contact at the office, was that during the doctor-patient relationship?
That was not during the doctor-patient. It was not as a treating physician.
So it was after.
Yes.
All right. How did the relationship end?
We both had talked about it. She had talked about it. She wanted it to end more than me, but primarily because of the age gap and the difference in kind of life stages. She would want to have kids. I can't have kids. Again, I'm older than her. She's got this professional career. She may want to move other places, go around and pursue that. And it just sort of ran its course like other relationships do, and said this is not going to work.
All right, you say age gap. How old are you?
I'm now 55.
All right, and to the best of your knowledge, how old is she currently?
I would say she's 31-ish.
All right, so 31, we're in 24. So if we subtract 4 to get to 2020, she was 27, 26 or 27 years old when the intimate physical relationship began.
Yes, I don't recall her age, but
Well, it would have to be.
yeah, it'd have to be. I mean, I don't know her exact birthday, but
So even though it's been referred to as late teens and a student and other things, we're talking about a 26 or 27-year-old adult, correct?
yes,
Who has at least one undergraduate degree, correct?
and a master's.
And a master's degree, correct?
Yes,
And working towards a PhD, correct?
correct.
All right. At any point, I'm gonna start over. So knew that she is having ongoing treatment and care by the appropriate physicians after y'all end the professional doctor-patient relationship, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, after that, we didn't have much discussions about, or really any discussion about her, what they were doing or what she's taking or anything like that.
Okay. After the end of the professional relationship, did you instruct her to not tell
No,
physicians about y'all's relationship?
no,
Did you instruct her not to tell anyone?
no.
Did you
I've
instruct
always,
her to,
go ahead.
did you instruct her to lie about that relationship?
No,
All right, Dr. Story. So post ending that relationship, I mean, what happened next?
so that was 2023. I'd since recovered, to some degree from my mom's death. COVID settled down, but also concerned about my own self. Why did this happen to? And I've read a couple books about attachment and boundaries and other articles, and I've worked. Really, there are other things in my life that I just want to know who I am and why I am and what I have done and what to fix. And regardless of, I had no idea we're at this. There's still these things in my life that I was just moving forward. There's things in my life I want to do. I'd gone through the divorce, or separated at the time but I'd gone through the divorce, and I've just been wanting to figure out a lot of myself and move forward in life, just to live well.
All right, since you've been on the board's radar, what have you done?
Well, I got the initial investigation report in June and immediately responded to the email or phone call and came up here, answer all the questions, immediately volunteered to do those. I think it was Dr. Cleveland that suggested to get an evaluation or whatever, which as soon as we got those recommendations, there were 4 of them. I called 3 and could never get a hold of them, but found Acumen. Went to do that voluntarily with Acumen, and I've taken that PBI boundary course. I've read another book on boundaries. I've continued to work in town. And
All right, time out. When you participated in the interview here, were you
yes,
honest on
Pardon?
that? Were you honest on that?
yes, I've,
All right, when you participated in your acumen assessment, were you honest?
I answered all the questions. It's detailed in there.
Right.
I've answered.
You had mentioned that you did a PBI. What were you referring to?
So PBI is one of the nation's leading groups that educates providers and others on different topics. One of them was the boundaries, and I took that course to learn more about the boundaries.
Do you recognize the document that I've handed you?
Yeah,
What is that?
That's a certificate of completion of the doctorate edition of the PBI Complete Professional.
And so that the board knows, this has already been admitted as an exhibit as R1 by agreement. What was that particular session CME on?
It was on boundaries. It's titled the PBI Complete Professional,
All right, and
but it
what
was
was it on?
specifically on boundaries.
Okay, and so what does that mean?
Actually says on the bottom, it's been planned and implemented for professional boundaries. And it's about boundaries. It's about doctor-patient boundaries. It's about your internal factors that might be involved with boundary violations. It's about the boundary violations themselves. It's about sort of one of the things they talk about is your sphere. So there's this sort of inner sphere and these other outer spheres and how they work together. And the steps and actions people might take or may have failed to take previously.
And at the conclusion of the acumen assessment, there were some recommendations made by Dr. Graham of things for you to do or consider doing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And those included proceed with active participation in a formal process of rehabilitative treatment focused on medical ethics, professionalism, professional boundary training, and psychotherapy of personality traits that left him vulnerable to professional sexual misconduct. In furtherance of that recommendation, what have you done before today? Before we're here today?
Besides reading the books on those, I've looked into some of these too. I've called Acumen and asked about the potential of going there. I honestly thought they did a pretty good job of treating me with respect and non-judgmental and with a real interest in providing service both to the physician and both to the medical community to ensure that doctors are helped and
are you,
brought through this situation.
are you tentatively set to begin the intensive acumen program?
It's supposed to start December 2nd, and it would depend on the board's approval as well as, of course, Acumen's acceptance.
All right, and that's a 12-month program.
It's a 12-month long program. There's a website that I've gone to and looked at extensive. I don't know all the places that the board allows or would let you go to. But I called a couple others.
But Acumen called this a longitudinal program.
But this is a longitudinal program. So instead of some, 3-week or something program, it's something over time that's gonna, like I said, one of the things I wanted to do, not ever knowing this would come up, was to how do I help myself in the beginning before any of this. I've read those books and I like the more longitudinal, spend more time to digging into my past, my parents' stuff, all the different issues.
I'd called a timeout when you started talking about your current work. I want to call a time back in, and I want you to tell the board what you've done since you left employment at the Starkville Medical Clinic.
So I've been working here with St. Dominic's in primary care, family practice clinic. I've been doing that since I started there June 17th. So I've been working regularly there. I will say that a lot of the patients I see are indigent or have insurances that so many other doctors don't take. So I think been able to fulfill that role, and several other doctors have been out either with cancer or some other things. So I think still being able to move forward, providing that care for people, which is getting back to what I just have always wanted to do, is take care of those people. But it's not only been helpful for me to start here, but I think it's really fulfilled a big help for some of those patients that are having trouble getting in elsewhere.
Right. To your knowledge, have you, prior to this occasion, have you ever had a complaint?
No, I've never had a complaint.
All right. Since this, have you had a complaint coming forward that you're aware of?
Never been a complaint. Everybody, as far as I've known, I've always been told people are very satisfied with their treatment. I've won patient awards.
Right. What assurances can you give to this board that this won't happen again?
It's just not going to happen. It's never happened before. It's just not who I am. It's not who I want to be. I've already, and I will continue to do everything. Not only does the board require, but beyond that for myself. I owe it to the community, I owe it to the medical community, but to myself and my kids and my family to continue to work. But it's never happened. It's never, I think there was, not to rationalize stuff either, but it was also a perfect storm of a lot of things too. And I don't rationalize it. I don't judge it. I mean, I not judge it, condone it. I take full responsibility. even after, if it's just a devastating thing for me, just personally, that I've allowed myself to do that.
Is the public at large better off with Dr. Story practicing family medicine or not?
Absolutely. I think so.
What are you asking of the board?
Just asking the board to take that in consideration, know that I'm completely apologetic for what I've done, but not only apologetic, realizing the trust that I betrayed, not only for the individual, but also for my profession, for myself, for my family. And I just ask you to consider what Acumen said. I just ask for mercy and accept just that I'm just contrite about it.
I tender.
Attorney Barnes, do you have any further questions?
I do have a couple before the board. Dr. Story, could you turn to page 120 in the board's exhibits? It's one of the text messages.
Yeah, I got mine. Somehow they're backwards now. Must have turned it upside down. I'm going to reverse order. Yes, sir.
Okay, and yeah, we do not have every text message between you and this patient. And sometimes it's clear what the date is, and sometimes it's not so clear, but I want to give you a chance to explain. First of all, how did you and victim number one engage in text? Did you use a special app?
Jack, this is improper redirect. Wasn't gone into them direct. It's not gone into them cross.
His testimony implied and directly implied that effectively she pursued him, and that this was a purely professional relationship until sex occurred sometime in the fall of 2020. These texts show that there was an emotional connection far before that, and it directly disputes some of his testimony about the timeline.
Overruled.
All right. So Dr. Story, if you look at the first complete text on that page, it's in blue, and it's my understanding that is from the patient to you. I can't change if I don't have much to live for. Circumstance or sickness or depression or the past and what it makes me today, but that's a different story. There's not a lot by nature that we can change about who we are. And then there's a response, wow, sorry I hurt you so bad. And then the response, I never said that. Then there's a response, okay. Do you recall this exchange?
I don't recall it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I just don't recall it. And presumably seeing that one of the texts are sort of blacked out at the top, I would, that there were other, it was part of a larger conversation that I don't know. So I don't remember the conversation, and I would question if there were more to this conversation than just those couple of lines.
Fair enough. On page 132.
Okay.
Again, there's not an exact date on this, but I wanted to ask you if you perhaps recall this. Why would she have blocked you and unfollowed you on Instagram? Again, goes to the nature of the relationship in January of 2020.
Document doesn't indicate a date unless I'm mistaken.
Sustain. I'm going to sustain his objection.
Okay. I would offer the second part of this text message that begins, "It reminded me," and that it indicates that Doc MSU, and that's your handle, I'm assuming, Dr. Story, knows exactly how much he had harmed this patient. If you read that paragraph.
Objection, improper redirect, and I think it's already been ruled out.
The standard for this board is whether there's sufficient evidence to uphold a decision. These texts are in the record already. I just wanted to give Dr. Story an opportunity to explain what he meant in this text message.
I sustained his objection. There are no dates connected to this.
Doc, turn to page 131. What's the date on that text?
January 7th, 2020.
Did you ever let this patient in the back door of Student Health Clinic at MSU?
Objection, improper redirect.
He said there was nothing improper about that occurred in the office while she was a patient. There's evidence, documentary evidence in the record that indicates otherwise. I want to give him a chance to explain.
Overruled.
So can you repeat
Did
the
you
question?
ever let this patient in through the back door at Student Health?
I did, and I've let other patients through the back door as well.
Did you direct staff? Was this during the time when you were actively treating her? In your mind, you were still actively treating her?
I think the times I let her through the back door was when COVID was going on in full force, and we had this, because of so many people coming in to get COVID testing, the only entrance was to walk through all that COVID testing, and we had it draped off, and we had people in masks and gowns, and it was easier to come in the back door because at the time, yes, she came through the back door, but as I recall, it was only to avoid sort of the exposure to the COVID.
Okay.
But I don't recall all the times.
I believe earlier you testified about a statement in the Acumen report, and I think there's also some reference to it in the therapist notes, to say that you never instructed her to lie about your relationship. Do you
That's
recall
correct.
that?
Yes.
Did anyone from Mississippi State report to you or ask you about your relationship with this patient?
Yes.
This could have been gone into under wraps.
Counselor, you actually asked that question during your examination of the witness regarding whether or not the victim was ever instructed to lie. So you actually laid a little bit of foundation for that
I'm
question.
not arguing with you, but that wasn't the question. He's asking about third party.
Okay.
I'll rephrase.
Your objection is overruled.
Well, did anyone from Mississippi State ever come talk to you about this patient? From the
Yes.
administration?
Objection, I understand the ruling, but I have an objection as improper reason.
Trying to get to the circumstances of which she reported to her therapist and others that he did ask her to lie.
I'm going to sustain his objection.
Okay. What did she, what do you think she meant when she said that you had asked her to lie?
Objection calls for speculation. What do you think she meant? That is speculation question, 100%.
Rephrase, counselor.
You stated in your redirect testimony that there had never been any complaints about you regarding any other patient or any other situations. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Do you know whether a Title IX complaint was ever filed against you or brought against you while you were at Mississippi State regarding victim number one?
Objection, improper redirect. Question was specifically about patient. Title IX is not a patient.
The question was whether there were any complaints.
Patient.
I think it's relevant. It's certainly part of the race geste. And if he doesn't want me to answer the question, the board can just look through the documents and see who made the complaint.
Improper redirect. It could have been brought out on direct, and then we could have addressed it on redirect, and I wouldn't give him that opportunity, and I don't want it now.
Well, we are in a unique situation because this witness was in fact called as an adversarial witness. And so I will allow counsel opposite to ask that question and overrule your objection. But counselor, you have about 1 or 2 more questions on this particular topic.
Yes, ma'am. Do you know if any complaints were made about you, the Mississippi State, and your relationship with patient victim number one?
I don't know of anybody complaining to me, to them. I don't know what nobody tells me that John has complained about this. I don't know what people have complained about.
So no one ever contacted you and said there's been a complaint about you?
I was well, again, not about any complaint. That was, people might say something about rumors, but I mean,
What sort of rumors?
Objection calls for hearsay, calls for speculation.
Hearsay is permissible here, and this is just a follow-up. I'm asking him what he meant by his testimony.
Hearsay is permissible with an addition of reliability. So unless you have those statements in front of you, I'm going to have to sustain his objection.
Your attorney asked you about some of the other things in the Acumen report and things you had done since this was brought to your attention. You were asked to come and meet with Dr. Cleveland, and you listed a number of things. You also mentioned that you have been practicing nonstop during that time, correct?
that's correct.
You've never had a break from the practice of medicine. You've never been suspended. You have been practicing throughout this entire event, from the time you first started treating victim number one through the end of the sexual relationship. You have never taken a break or been suspended from the practice of medicine.
That's correct.
At this time, I would like to open the floor for any questions from the board. Okay. Yes, the chair, Madam Chair, has requested to go.
All right. I'm gonna actually try to get the ones that I have out. So, bear with me. And some of these are just for clarification so that I make sure that I have, my understanding of the facts straight. So first I want to ask straight out, like, who initiated the romantic relationship? I know there's been conversation about pursuit and those kinds of things, but who initiated the romantic relationship?
I don't know what part you would do, but first thing was I remember asking for a hug.
And when you asked for that hug,
She asked me for a hug.
so
remember
she
thinking-
asked you for a hug, and was it your understanding at the time that she asked you for that hug that that was a hug that was meant in a romantic way, or was that your understanding at the time?
No, I'm just trying to I mean, again, it's 2020. I'm trying to recall how things happened.
And we'll get to, so I'm not trying to hold you. I'm not asking for a timeline per se, and I know that timeline's important. We'll get to that. But what I'm specifically asking is, irrespective of the timeline, who initiated the romantic component of the relationship?
I felt like was a mutual thing at the time.
So perhaps maybe I can ask it in a better way. Two people want to go inside a house. They're both standing at the door. They're not going through the door at the same time. Somebody opens the door and then somebody walks in. Who walks through the door first? Even if you both are going in the house, who walks through the door first?
Well, I'd go through first.
So I guess my question is, so can I take that to be that you would be the person who takes ownership for initiating the romantic component of the relationship? Even if that was not, even if that person then agreed without a lot of coaxing, that you were the person who
I'm sorry.
initiated.
At the time, I wouldn't have thought it as me as initiating it, but now I see it's like completely on me, and she wouldn't have been able to.
Well, so no, I'm asking you just what your perspective is, because I think this is something that's important.
Yeah.
And we've talked about, you know, there have been a lot of conversations about this. I just want to know who was the person who initiated it.
I really don't remember how it happened, but I'll take ownership for the one that not only allowed it happen, because really I opened the door to let it happen regardless. So.
And my next question is a little different from what's been asked before, because there was questions about, did you advise somebody to be dishonest? My question is, did you advise this person, this individual, to not disclose the details or the information surrounding your relationship outside of the professional nature?
No, I never told her to lie. She would be one more likely for me.
Different question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Not about,
I didn't
not
instruct
about
her to-
lying. I'm trying to be
I'm sorry,
very
can you say it
careful.
again?
And I'm trying to be careful with what I say now. I appreciate that. I'm not asking whether or not you told her to lie.
Okay.
I'm saying, my question is, did you advise her not to tell anyone or to keep it secret?
No,
Which is, I think, in
no,
my mind, a different
I didn't
question.
advise her that because I think we both knew on our own that we didn't want to, so it didn't require advising.
But it was understood that it was intended to be quiet.
Well, yes, it was quiet. Wasn't something we advertised or.
All right. And I also wanted to clear up another thing that was brought up earlier with respect to the status of the patient at the time that your romantic relationship began, because there was I think a reference made to educational status and degrees and things of that nature. But I just want to be very clear that that patients are all kind of considered patients, right? Whether they're
You're right.
high school students or college students, whether they have degrees or they don't have degrees, they are still patients. And she came to you as a patient when you were functioning somewhat like a team doctor. Is that correct?
Initially as a team doctor, then
And then she matriculated on.
Yeah, and it was, I don't know at what point, she was probably 3 years after she stopped being a athlete. I'm not sure what date she stopped being that athlete, but yes.
And would you, if she were not a student athlete, is there really a likelihood that she would have had an encounter, that you would have had an encounter, that your paths would have crossed?
Could have. Because she was still a student.
Was that have been likely?
So, because there's only one health center on campus, so
Okay.
I could have seen her just as much as anybody else.
Gotcha. Thank you. And I'm almost done. And then I'll I'll yield. You also had mentioned about transitioning care at a certain point from you being the primary person to other individuals. And at that time, was the impetus behind that about kind of her needs clinically outpacing what you were able to provide, or was it based on the understanding that there was something developing between you and it was an effort to terminate the relationship in advance of you pursuing something romantic?
Well, the effort throughout treating her was to try to get her to these other providers. Psychiatric care was hard, so she'd seen Dr. Laura, who couldn't continue to see her or left or whatever. And then the counseling center has a void, and then there's, really hard time to get that care. So I've always tried to provide that medical care. The relationship was inappropriate. I realize that. As far as the medical care and getting to the professional, I've always tried to get to her to other people.
But I guess the reason why I'm asking is just because it seems like there was a deliberate or a much more intentional transition. And perhaps maybe it was just that at that particular time there were more providers available. But I guess that if I had to ask a better question, it would just be, was the fact that there was a developing emotional / romantic relationship a factor in you pursuing more aggressively a transition of care from this patient from under your care, which we see documentation that she was seeing you at one point in
Yeah.
time quite frequently, sometimes even in excess of more than one time a week?
Yeah, so I guess say both. In the sense, one, that I want to get her to those that she need to, but as it got toward the end, not toward the end, but sort of the beginning of this, when things started developing, and I said, I can't see you at all, period. Whereas before, I've always wanted to get her the care. I always wanted her to see those patients, not see those patients, see those providers. But yes, as there's that effort to end any doctor relationship, stop prescribing, I can't even see you in the clinic type.
And that was in anticipation of continuation of something less professional and more personal.
Yes.
And then there is one other thing, and this is my last question. If you look on page 130 in the text messages that we were provided, and of course, by the nature of the way that these are that they are given, we don't have a lot of information, but and I am willing to give grace if you don't recall, but there's one particular part here that stuck out to me, because if you look at the very last paragraph on this text message in 130, which based on the way the coloring, it should have come from you, where it says, and I'll just take you to the last sentence in that paragraph. I thought I've been trying to talk with you not as a sick patient, but more like a mentor, or life lessons are helping you see stuff differently. Do you recall when this message was sent, if you actually were still involved in clinical care with this patient?
I have no idea when this was sent. I'm not disputing that I might have sent it. I just have no idea of knowing when I.
No, I understand. That's fair.
Sent it.
And it's the issue with these kinds of text messages where we don't have all of that information captured. I just was going to ask. It was a question I had, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond if you remembered.
Can I remember it or read through it again through the whole page and see if it?
Absolutely. Please take your time.
Yeah, I don't recall sending in, and I, there probably could be 3 or 4 different contexts, maybe what it refers to, or I just really don't remember.
That's fine.
what it
So
was or
those
what-
are all the questions I have for now. At this time, are there any other board members who have questions? We'll start with Dr. Gersh.
Why do you want to continue to practice medicine?
I've always wanted to practice medicine. That's the only thing I ever wanted to do. Went into family practice because I wanted to treat as many people as I can, but I'd also wanted to go overseas and do mission work. And I thought that would provide the biggest basis of needs. I want to continue to practice medicine because I believe I'm a good doctor. I care about people. I've always been empathetic. I've always provided a service. It's who I am. I want to be a doctor to make a difference for the people that need it. I'm doing that now. There's patients that can't be seen because they have insurances doctor refuses to see. Before I knew this, I was doing that. This is like Acumen says, it's a one-off kind of situation, something that's never occurred before, something very unlikely to occur. Happened at a very stressful time in my life, but a doctor is who I am. And so I've always been, and so I want to be, and I've always cared people regardless of this situation. I've always gotten great patient awards. Award 1, 2 of those at Startwell, this Press Ganey thing, because of how I interact with my patients and how I care for them. If you ask my current employer now, they would say, get so many good comments from their patients because I listen to them, I take care of them, and that's what we're called to do. I failed in this instance, and I'm very ashamed of it. It's torn me apart because my whole life, all I wanted to do was be a doctor and live well, and I don't justify what I did. I can't rationalize it. I can tell you I was under an enormous amount of stress, and it led to poor judgment, and I don't even remember a lot of things from 2020 because of everything that was going on. But I want to be a doctor because that's who I am, and I've always provided great care. And I think if you ask anybody that, they would tell you. People I've worked with, nurses. You can go to my Facebook and see where people make comments public, or was. I don't really ever go there much, but comment after comment about Dr. Story. Thank you. Yes, I failed here, failed miserably.
Thank you.
Also, just for a second, for our 2 board members who are attending virtually, for Drs. Joyner and Dr. Givens, if you have questions, if you'd please just use the raise hand function if you have it on your link so that we can acknowledge you and give you an opportunity. Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any questions.
Couple of quick questions. Looking at the prescribing pattern, did you ever talk to the psychiatrist and say, which one of us is driving this ship? I mean, med interact. I mean, I'm a primary care doctor, med interactions. Who was driving this student care during this time?
I tried to coordinate it because it was just a constant.
In looking at the list, I saw a prescription or 2 for medroxyprogesterone. Is that something you would commonly prescribe, and what was the indication for that, if your memory serves you?
I don't remember giving that, other than that would have really been a refill from probably seeing a OB/GYN or somebody. A lot of patients at the clinic would see, a OB/GYN in town and have different medications, and they would come to the clinic needing refills, just like so.
And the last thing is, in your patient profile while you were at Mississippi State University, did you commonly text patients as deep as these text messages that evidently predated your romantic relationship with patients?
No, that was not common.
Thank you.
At all.
Next, Dr. Dotson.
Hi, Dr. Story. I'm Dr. Renee Dotson from Greenville, Mississippi. in the evaluation from Acumen, they detailed when you learned that a complaint had been filed against you with this board, and your response was that you knew it was probably victim one. Why is that? Why were you so sure?
Because I've never done anything in my life that's been investigated. I've never done anything, quote, wrong or bad. I've never misprescribed things. I've never abused things. I would not have ever had any reason. But I know, like I said, after this, I kind of read some of those books and did some self-evaluation about my life, and it's the only thing I could think of that would
So
come
there
up.
were no
There's
previous
never been.
conversations or indications between your conversations or interactions with each other where she either expressed dismay about the relationship or that the relationship then took on a different turn for her than what you thought it was, other than a consensual relationship. I mean, it immediately, according to this, immediately popped in your mind. You knew exactly where this came from, what it was, and what it was about. So I'm just asking,
No,
in that intuition made you just know it was this.
because there's nothing as far as the consensual stuff or anything like that. It just, I know it's wrong, and I knew it was wrong. I thought it was, for us, we had moved on peacefully or whatever. But there's nothing that I've ever done.
And one follow-up question. At the time that you were transitioning her care, did she understand why you were transitioning her care? Did you ever state that explicitly, that we're moving this to the next level? I can't be your doctor, or were you just, or was it just suggested that she needed higher level of care than what were you given? Was there a clean break?
Yes, at the end, she knew, and she wanted to pursue this, whatever was developing. And we both said, I can't, it's a discussion we have. I can't see you. I can't prescribe medicines. I don't know if that answers your question. Could you answer again, make sure my mind is a little bit jumbled after the day.
You guys had a conversation that, hey, we're stopping here. We're
Yes.
gonna be in a consensual relationship.
Right.
And so this doctor patient, so was there a break between that, or was just one day we were doctor patient, next day we're boyfriend, girlfriend?
I don't know the break. It just developed. I'm not sure of the.
Thank you.
Dr. Lippincott?
Hi, Dr. Story.
Hi.
I'm Ken Lippincott from Tupelo. I'm a psychiatrist up there. And can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So I just had 2 or 3 questions. One of them is you said that you'd had the boundaries course with PBI,
Yes, sir.
and in the light of all of this, what did you learn in that course that applies to your situation that you would do differently?
Well, I think one is recognizing and appreciate the power differential. Even though, I've always been empathetic. I've made this statement about doctors being better than others, which I you know what I'm referring to, where I said that I felt bad, or, there are doctors that look at themselves above others. So one is just maintaining that power differential, that I'm the doctor, you're patient. There's a difference between us, and respecting, for one, that boundary, respecting that there's a big difference. You put your trust in me as a provider. I'll give you some of my medical needs, conditions, my emotions, those, trusting you, confided you as my provider. So maintaining a lot, just respecting that boundary, just respecting the differential between really what a doctor should be and the patient, maintaining appropriate distance too.
Okay. Thank you. Now, as I understand it, you first saw this lady person in 2013. So you saw her for 7 years before it developed into a physically intimate relationship. And during those 7 years, you treated her for a variety of conditions, depression, eating disorder, and you feel that how much of your treatment of her during those years did you consider to be pharmacotherapy, and how much of it psychotherapy or counseling?
There's a good portion of it that was just, talking through life or counseling or trying to help her address the different concerns she had in her life, whether she was worried about graduating, if she's worried about having a successful career, or if it's the eating disorder. So some was pharmacotherapy, a lot of that was refills, but there was a good bit of counseling and talking through her problems and her issues and trying to provide answers to what she thinks or feels too.
I got the impression that you spent a lot of time with this individual.
We did, and a lot of that was just talking through her issues
And this was initially in the setting of the clinic in your office?
Yes. All the sort of counseling and talking and working through her problems or issues, or trying to do these different exercises to understand what it is she feels or doesn't feel. That was done in the office.
So in the course of your training as a medical school medical doctor and family medicine doctor, what kind of what kind of training did you have in treating conditions like this, psychiatric conditions?
We had the typical psychiatric or psychiatry rotations we might do. Some of it's the longitudinal studies or reading that we might do. Some of it's just the family practice. But the in-depth and the amount of talking and training is not really something that we're in-depthly trained to do.
Do you remember learning anything about the phenomena known as transference and countertransference?
No, I've heard those terms, but I don't remember those becoming a big part of my understanding at the time.
Well, let me ask you this. We have about 50 pages of text messages in the evidence here, and it's a little different to follow the chronology that most of them appear to be from 2020 on. But there's one on page 133. It says the doc set disappearing message time to 1 day. Do you remember when that might have been?
I have, where are you at, 133? I would think she put that. I don't know, because even now I don't have disappearing texts, and I don't know how to do it on my phone. So if that was done, first, I don't recall it. Second, I don't even do it now, and I don't know that I could fumble through it and guess, but I don't know. I don't know why that was done. That's not something even now I do.
So you did not have a different, you were using the text app on your phone?
I don't know what I've always texted from the phone.
And most of these messages are labeled as iMessages, but that particular message is just a message. But was that a different app, or was that the same app that you always use?
It's probably different. I don't know. You may be referring to a different app, Signal, but I don't know the difference between either one of these, where they're from. Is that what? But how to set disappearing messages? I don't know how to do that. I'm not sure what you're asking other than that.
Well, it just says Doc MSU set disappearing messages, and I would I would think that the Doc MSU would refer to you. Is that
Oh,
correct?
I would certainly think that Doc MSU is me. I'm just answering as far as how it got set as disappearing. I don't know anything about that. I don't remember that. I don't routinely set. I don't even know. I can't. Does that mean? Is that saying that said these are supposed to disappear? Then I don't know. I'm not disputing anything that's here, and it's not a routine thing for me to. I'm not sure if I'm answering the question or if I'm
Okay,
understanding.
well, so you don't know.
I don't know who said that.
Right, you don't know where that came from.
I suppose that'd be on my phone setting it, but again, I don't do it.
Okay.
Can somebody help me? Is that what I'm trying? Maybe I'm not trying to be ignorant.
Well, if you can't answer,
I'm not sure.
That's okay.
I'm not sure.
Thank you. Were you surprised to find that she had recorded all of these text messages?
I don't know that I was surprised. I didn't think about it. I didn't. A lot of people keep their text messages.
When did you learn that she had recorded all of these?
Whenever I received the packet of information.
Okay.
And
let me ask you this. You testified that when y'all realized that you were old, it was an age difference, and y'all had continued seeing each other for 3 years after this started in 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you last see this individual?
It's been late spring of 2023. I don't remember the last time.
Okay.
Sometime in there. I don't know when the date was, but it was in
And
23.
What were did you said that y'all had, I mean, what were the circumstances of your parting company? Could you tell me that?
So I don't remember the last time I saw her personally. The last time we sort of ended things. I don't have the text. I don't know if she does, but I believe over text she said, well, let me think here. I hadn't thought about. I think over text she would have said we need to stop seeing each other. But I remember one time. I mean, at the end there, she wanted to come over, and I said I don't think it's a good time to come over.
Yeah, the last message we
So
have.
I don't know.
But it was in 23. Okay. The last message we have is from 21. And anyway.
Well, I'd be surprised if she had all these back from 20 and 21, but didn't include all her messages from, I guess, 22 and 23.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Story. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
I have just a couple of follow-ups, provided that I do want to give an opportunity for other board members who've not yet had a chance to ask questions before we start circulating people. So anybody else have any questions right now? All right. So just a couple of things. So I think your attorney has made it brought up to this board as he was speaking about your case and your situation, the fact that this was not really a question of medical care. Would you agree that when we are entrusted to care for patients, that not only should we make good medical decisions with respect to their diagnoses and treatment, but that we should also do that ethically? Do you see the practice of medicine distinct and separate from the ethical responsibilities that go along with care of patients.
You're absolutely right. I was completely wrong and unethical and
So
so
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I do want you to understand that it is not the goal of this board to drag you or to berate you. And so I just wanted to ask that question to get an understanding of your perspective as it pertains to what the practice of medicine really means and what your responsibilities are as a clinician. Do you see the ethical component as distinct and separate from medical decision making, or is it an integral part of
it's an
clinical
integral.
care?
No, that's an integral part of clinical care. Everything we should be doing is bound by our ethics and our morals and how we treat our patients and how we're going to go about that with our interactions, what we say, what we do. It's our guiding principle.
And the last question that I had, when you had testified earlier that it wasn't your intent to groom this individual, as you sit here now and you reflect back on this, whether intentional or unintentional, is it your belief that this actually was a situation where this person was groomed?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I
Ashamed
have.
of
That's all the questions I have.
Do any of the board members have any other questions? Okay. At this time, are the attorneys? Okay. You're free to step down.
Pardon?
You are free. You are free to
Oh, I'm
return to
free.
your chair.
Thank you.
Counsel, do you have any other witnesses? Okay. 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 At this time, we are ready for closing statements.
Regardless of the timeline, it's clear that Dr. Story's relationship with this patient grew out of his practice of medicine, that he assumed a role essentially as a therapist for her, a counselor, invited her to share, her intimate thoughts, her history, including reference to sexual abuse, past sexual abuse. And she did that. And I asked him, did she confide in you? He said, yes. And his testimony shows that was part of his clinical treatment of this patient. I asked if she trusted him, and he said, yes. The Acumen report delves into a lot of those subtleties about whether he was aware that it was grooming behavior or not. His analysis of his own behavior, obviously hindsight is 20/20. There's no question this grew out of the doctor-patient relationship. And I believe the evidence is quite clear that there was a emotional relationship, intimate emotion relationship, long before they had sex.
Dr. Story's admitted that it was an ethical violation, and he wasn't here to make excuses. The timeline wasn't to limit his culpability or his responsibility or his accountability. It was just a fact. And the facts show that there was not a question of the adequacy of the patient care, and there wasn't a question of the adequacy of the prescription care. And I understand what I'm saying, because the relationship was inappropriate and it was wrong. And it shouldn't have happened. but it did. And now this board is tasked with, what do you do about it? And there's a range of things that you get to do about it. You can take his license away. Does that best serve the public in Mississippi? Dr. Story contends it does not. He could be suspended for a period of time. Does that best serve the public? Does that protect the public? I mean, Dr. Story was forthright and honest, and he's a good doctor. And I'm saying that on the one hand, even though he's done, I mean, the worst thing you can do as a doctor and betray that patient trust. You know, has he learned his lesson? Yeah. Is he going to do it again? No, not to a reasonable degree of certainty. Has he done it before? No, not to a reasonable degree of certainty. And we can see all of that independent of Dr. Story. You know, he passed his polygraph test. He was, you know, submitted to Acumen. He's going to submit to, I mean, candidly, whatever this board says, he's going to do. And so does he deserve the ultimate punishment for this? You know, Dr. Story, and I contend that answer is no. And, you know, it's a tough position that he has put y'all in, because now you have to go back there and deliberate. All right, how do we send a message to him that this can't happen and shouldn't have happened and never happens again? But bigger than that, you got everybody, every other physician in the state's looking at this board, and they're going to, you know, act on their next decision based on how the board treats this one. And so is this the one where Dr. Story has to be the example? And I think back, I did a lot of preparation before we came here today and looked at past board actions for the last 7 years and some of the past conduct. And I saw lots of substance abuse issues, and I saw heinous sexual abuse conduct of continuing conduct with multiple victims. And I promise, I'm not trying to minimize what he's done. I'm not trying to minimize victim one and what she's experienced and suffered and been through. Unfortunately, that can't be changed at this point. And what can be changed is what happens going forward. And Dr. Story contends he's going to abide by this board's decision. I thought he said it best at the summation of his testimony. I asked him, all right, what do you want to tell this board, or what should this board do? He asked for mercy. He has owned his responsibility as much as he can. You know, you can rely on a reasonable degree of certainty that it'll never happen again. He's given you his word. And so then, and look, I'm a biased advocate. There's no question about that. But you take a step back and you say, all right, are we better serving and protecting the public and the patients in Mississippi that need access to healthcare, to good healthcare, to healthcare providers that care? And so is that best served by limiting or restricting his access to patients or not? And the contention is it's not in this one instance. He's going to do the intensive therapy that's been recommended by Acumen. Dr. Story asked that this board accept that recommendation for Acumen. Dr. Story will continue whatever monitoring for whatever period of time that this board recommends that he do. Dr. Story will do whatever other accountability measures that this board sees fit of him, so that he can maintain a license to practice medicine and take care of the Mississippians that need that access to healthcare. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, this concludes the hearing in the matter of Clifton Wayne Story, MD. I will now turn this matter back over to Madam Chair for further instruction.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. At this time, I am willing to entertain a motion. We've already heard all the evidence and closing. So is there a motion?
Yes, make a motion that we consider entering executive. We close the meeting to consider entering executive session for further discussion.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Dr. Loper, who didn't turn on his microphone. that we close the meeting to consider whether to go into executive session to deliberate on this matter. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
It's Dr. Givens. Is Dr. Joyner still with us? Okay. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so we are now we're in closed session and we will continue after we determine to go into executive or not.
he doesn't need to be practicing that.
And I stand corrected.
License suspended for a year. Gotta go through the practice of
All right, we are now officially back in open session, and Dr. Kennard, our acting secretary, in place of Dr. Joyner, who's joining us virtually, will give the decision of the executive committee. I'm
Thank you.
sorry, of the board.
Thank
I
you.
haven't fast forward to the afternoon.
Thank you. The board recommends the following disciplinary action in this case. Yes, we have found the defendant guilty of the charge and recommend the following disciplinary action. A 1-year license suspension, completion of a board-approved rehabilitation program consistent with that in the Acumen report to include ethics and boundaries, and a return to work plan. Ongoing follow-up for 1 year to be determined after his petition for reinstatement.
So for clarification, the suspension is for a year, and during that time, it is expected that you will, according to the Acumen report, complete an intensive treatment program. That program, as mentioned in the Acumen report, will include a return to work program, implementation program. That report will be submitted to the board, and at that time, upon completion, you can petition the board for reinstatement after completion and when that report is presented. If there are any additional questions, and I know that you all had identified a program that you were considering attending, that program, if it hadn't already been submitted to the board, can be submitted to Dr. Cleveland, and upon approval, you can go ahead and get started on that. If there are any other logistical questions, you can also direct those to Dr. Cleveland as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Madam President, there's nothing else on the agenda listed for today. However, I would respectfully request that the board advance item 15, the hearing in the case of Raml Asaga that was scheduled for 8 a.m. tomorrow, to hear that at this time on a joint motion for a continuance. In connection with that request, well, first, can we advance it on the agenda?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I would then also request that the board go into closed session to consider going into executive session to discuss a matter related to the disabled physicians law.
So you've heard the request of the board attorney. Is there a motion? We need a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so we're now in closed session.
One detail, and I ask that you allow Mr. Bell, who is Dr. Asaga's attorney, and Mr. Ingham and myself, to join you in executive session to explain.
So be it.
Let's get into executive session.
Right, yes, sir.
We're back in open session and Dr. Kennard will give the decision from executive session.
The board will grant a joint motion for continuance.
So with that being said, can we,
Do you want to say, would you like to be excused?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Bell. Yes.
yeah. So with that being said, I think if we will just for housekeeping, if you'll look forward to tomorrow's agenda. It has significantly changed. So. The only thing left is for us to finalize our January board meeting dates. And so if we can get this taken care of in the next few minutes, then we might be able to not have to gather tomorrow. I know it would give you all great sorrow, but we could actually not have to gather tomorrow. You get to go home early to your families. So can everybody look and see where you are or plan to be on the 15th and 16th of January of 2025? Wow. I know.
Dr. Chairman, that date is good for me.
Well, that is always good to hear. So good to know that you're going to be on local soil.
Yes.
Yeah. So those dates work for me as well. Anybody have any conflicts with the date? Dr. Cleveland, representing us nationally at any board meetings or chairing any board meetings? Since we got a chance to praise you in your absence, but we are also going to get a chance to offer you our sincerest congratulations on yet another wonderful accomplishment with your IMLCC stuff.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Yay.
Big deal.
Y'all can clap. Everybody's like, all right. So it looks like we are good to move ahead with the dates as scheduled. So next meeting for us, next scheduled full board meeting will be on the 15th and 16th of January. So if we don't get a chance to see each other or to speak again before then, have a happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year. All of the above. I was going to say Happy Martin Luther King Day, but we're not going to quite get to that. That'll be what we'll say at the end of next meeting. All right. Anything else? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Meeting is adjourned.